tell me again. How we gonna work this?
We go door to door. Knock, knock. Free bed bug inspection.
But what if there ain't an infestation?
I make sure there's an infestation. I always got some big, fat, pregnant bugs in the case. We drop them around. Roaches, silverfish, bed bugs.
I guess it's come to this.
Okay, so jumping, wrong button. Night night.
We have a 503
Which is why we want you to tell your congressman to approve newest United we stand. Together we fall.
This is Vinewood Boulevard Radio. Some of us still like to...
How'd they get a call off? That's my big question.
Could an asteroid hit Earth next week?
A local woman found love from government spying.
Apocalypse News. Scientists say the asteroid known as QC7 will be dangerously close to Earth next week. If a collision occurs, the 1.5-mile wide space rock would cause catastrophic damage and most certainly wipe out our species. Space rocks have tried to annihilate mankind before.
Stop calling them space rocks,
50,000 years ago, an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs after a man foolishly listened to his woman and ate a piece of forbidden fruit. Hey, you hit me! Warn the asteroid will pass 20 million miles.
After man foolishly listened to his woman, and ate a piece of forbidden fruit. What the? Why aren't there any guardrails or anything, or any sound? What the hell? That could have killed me.
The couple are now engaged. Officials point to these kinds of heartwarming stories in defense of the much-publicized surveillance program.
This was Weasel News.
From the home of Real Rock.
Contract month from the swamp. We read this. Necronomicon. Oh, cool. To the man that appeared on an empty world and gained mastery over it unchallenged is as foolish as thinking the world will cease to exist after man's passing. Before the first humans set foot in our world, it was inhabited by beings superior to men in terms of wisdom, strength, and every virtue. The beings I have in mind still exist in our present time, though they do not exist in a sphere available to human understanding. They occupy no dimension known to us. Where they live can best be described as a space between worlds. At times one can sense their presence through a sudden unknown scent or a strange feeling of anxiety with no apparent cause. A wind which blows in several directions at once is another example of their subtle manifestation in our realm. There exist various imaginings of what these creatures might look like, yet these have nothing to do with reality, for man is incapable of conceiving something conceiving something which he has not seen in his wildest nightmares. Dang it, Twitch. The greatest horror these beings bring comes precisely from their indefiniteness and lack of concrete form. Yet it would be a mistake to think that a formless creature is necessarily harmless. The power they possess is sufficient to lay waste to a forest, level a city, or whip an entire sea into froth and waves. Today, man is a master of the world, but only for a short while. They await patiently, and will soon arise and regain their one-time glory. This is as certain as dawn follows dusk, and dusk then follows again, soon after, to drown everything once more in darkness. They wait for you. Cue that song. Voices in my head, they talk to me, they understand. They talk to me. Oh wait, barbed wire. Ow! Oh, bike lock. Connected to literally nothing from the look of it. Yeah, see, it's on the left side, so I should be able to just push it open. I gotta stop staring so hard at this game where I'm just like, oh, this wouldn't work at all. Kind of like how I could just do that.
Well, at least I didn't have to climb to the top of this antenna.
Oh, now you're just making fun of Far Cry. Oh, it even has a little switch from Far Cry. Lockpick lawyer here on this episode. We're in the apocalypse. Yeah, 100%. God, I would hope he would still make videos up until he gets freaking mashed for one reason or another. Oh wait, I can climb it? I was just fucking around. I'm gonna die though, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get tired. Oh shit, you lose stamina. Oh! Oh, okay, we're okay. Wait, what? It was like lag for like gravity lag. It took a second for it to catch up, and all of a sudden I was just like standing like, oh, I'm fine. Got turned into a pancake. Oh shit.
Saying something's there, but can't ID it.
Okay. I'm just gonna do what I did earlier when I would just skip the fight. Just teleport in, or warp in, jump out, scan the thing, warp out again. As if I was never there. It's kind of funny because it sounds like the same Quantum Leap. Hey look, I'm going a full 200 meters per second. Weird. Wonder what changed. Wouldn't feel any different. Oh, there we go. 590. I thought I was going 600 for some reason in my head. Yeah, I'm going as fast as a bullet. I might end up all the way up.
Finally, some easy pickings.
Contact. Contact.
No, 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 no. Wait, wait, it didn't stop. No! Stop taking 5 minutes to turn around, you piece of crap. There goes the ship. I thought it was all the way gonna stop before it started doing this. Oh my god.
Your journey begins now.
Do you guys have issues with spinning? Alright, good. We can slow it down. Alright, cool. We'll figure out what the issue is by jumping out. Because I'm pretty sure I hit the rock pretty hard. Yeah, beak.
You've mastered a trade. Keeps the hunger at bay.
He just... Wow. You're strong. Especially doing basically 1 foot.
Witcher.
Yeah?
There are a lot of them beasties you've, you know.
Killed?
Master
Yeah.
Witcher, there's an
Any
elven
one?
burial ground in the caverns nearabouts mid-copse, and a heap of monsters roaming about it.
Oh, okay. Why don't you do it, dude? You're like Kung Fu Master over here. What's the fire for? To keep you
There are a
warm?
lot of them beasties you've, you know.
Ah! Ah! Set the house on fire. He's a witch. He's a maniac on the dance
Master
floor.
Witcher, there's an elven burial ground in the caverns nearabouts mid-copse, and a heap of monsters roaming about it.
Okay, I kind of want to bump you.
Am I plowing invisible?
No,
There
but
are a
you're
lot of
pretty
them
freaking
beasties
powerful.
you've, you know.
Jeez, dude. Or yesterday, whenever that was. I think it was Saturday. I was hanging out with other people. But yeah, so we hit 800 followers. We'll be doing a 12-hour tomorrow. Oh no! Ah!
Better stay with your squad.
In a minute. I'm busy. Oh crap. He just jumped on me. He Koopa stomped me. What a turd. Why does it feel like the music isn't existing? I'll see about that in a minute. Over here, all you kids come up to me just to tell me crap. God, I hate you kids. What time is it?
Go
Or
and Kai,
two.
Hortan.
The hell are you doing?
Nothing. Nope. Cool, didn't kill anyone.
Assault in progress. I lost him. Over here.
Why? Why is this so bad? Oh my god. I'm gonna try without my weapon. See if that works better. Can't that just be One Punch Man now? There we go, that was him. He's KO. Alright, I don't kill anyone, I can get out of here. Take that. Take his crap too. Running! Yeah. Alright, so now I know fists work better. As far as I can tell. How's everyone doing? Well, I'm starting early today. So this is going to be what we're doing right now. We're going to be doing some more Fallout 76. I hope you're all ready. It's going to be fun. May or may not have just got out of the shower, so if my hair is still wet, you know, that's a thing. Oh, Pan is awake and already wanting to duel first thing in the morning. I need to figure out how to put your name just into my phone, because I don't know why your old name sticks in there perfectly fine. Every time I type the word duel, it always tries to shove your name in right after. Yeah, it already knows like what I want, but for your old name. I mean, it must have been like, what, 3 years on the old name? It had the name before that too, but for some reason this name specifically, it's so hard for it. Ah, of course you won. Dang it.
Anyway, so I figured to make up for last night's stream that I missed, we'll just do something today. I may or may not have like knocked out yesterday at like 3 p.m. finally. Like I did everything, and I thought I even got done with everything early. And then I looked at the time, and I'm like in the shower and watching whatever I was watching on my phone while I was showering. And I realized time was like 2:30. I'm like, what? 2:30 since when? That was like 10 a.m. So went to sleep. I woke up for like my 5 o'clock alarm, or 5:30. Was like, nah, I'm tired. Woke up for my it was like I set a secondary alarm for like 7:30. It's like if I wasn't feeling a 6 stream, maybe I'll do an 8 stream. And then I had a third, which was set for 9 in case I'm really not feeling like streaming. I'm tired as hell. I remember waking up for that one too, and I'm like, I still feel like I've gotten no sleep, so I turned that one off. And then woke up around 1 a.m. maybe like midnight-ish, and then I was like, all right, if I'm gonna stream, I'll do it now, but I'm not gonna, so I'm gonna do it in the morning. So instead I just kind of had a relaxing, chill evening of like eating hummus and talking with friends. So kind of worked out.
Get off the stage!
Oh yeah, we just got done talking to Helen. I really wish that miscellaneous mission would stop doing that. Like, every time I start the game, it's just like, hey, come do it. Okay, if you want to join, feel free. I am going to start a group, actually, because bonus XP, and I will definitely kick someone from my friends. I think I'm going to go for guns. So first I got to find one of those perk chart things so I can swap around my special. And then I'm going to go for like a gun specialist of some kind. Also, I'm on the hunt for T60 armor, so let me know if you find any. Or know where to find some, I guess. Alright, where's this stage? Because I want to hear where people are just bombing. A perk thing around here. That's what I was hoping for yesterday. Make you breakfast. Might join later. Alright, cool. Like I said, you don't have to, but if you do, there's room. Like, I'm pretty hype right now. Like, it's part of why I got the shower. I'm like... Oh, you're in the Commonwealth. That's cool. Alright, so are we saying this person sucks? Alright, let me talk to him. Why do they hate you, Raider? I was gonna play with you, man. Ooh, I've never seen a tuba. Oh yeah, what you make for breakfast, by the way? Anything good? Haha! Found a fusion core for once. Yeah, okay, that's the only one. Alright, I don't think I've ever played the tuba in this game. So let's do that for a little bit.
Finally, something that doesn't suck.
Hey, they like me! Yeah! Vietnamese wieners and rice. Getting that morning carbs. Eggs and stuff too. What is exactly Vietnamese wieners? Like, what makes that so special? Just like Vienna weenies? Oh, Vienna sausages. For a second there, I thought he had 6 fingers. I got really confused on his right hand. Also, what's with the characters not wearing gloves? They said that to you, not me. Honestly, I feel like I should be using the weakest fusion cores versus the fullest. That way that number doesn't feel so big for no reason. They're just prepared different. Like, is it sauce or...
Damn. If it rains, there's no way I'm going on that raid.
If I was gonna be those perk things, where would I be? Nice little spots, to be honest. I mean, they're not great, but like for raiders, they're actually pretty well set up. But yeah, we can kill them all later if we need to. For now, they're being kind of chill. Except for this weirdo. You alright there, buddy?
Oh no. Turn around and walk away. I know what you want, and the answer is no.
I'm telling you, Ren, I'm ready. You gotta put me out there.
No. You're not ready. And no, I ain't gotta do nothing. Come back when you've learned to fire a gun and hit the target.
Axel will let me go with him, you know. I don't have to be here checking in.
Mm-hmm. Axel don't know shit, and you go with him. You get out there. Cause hopefully, that means your ass ain't surviving to pester me no more.
Oh, poor little guy.
Are the antagonizer.
Grognak does not bleed. He crashes. Will our hero put an end to the antics of evil? Or will the antagonizer colonize humanity from now until the end of time?
I do love her.
Find out in this motion
She's gotta be one of the best.
extravaganza.
Hey, look, it's Preston Garvey's grandma. Like great-great-grandma.
In the deepest jungles, where only the most terrifying creatures dared live, there was one man
Okay, so this
who
power
called
armor
himself
thing
king.
there.
Grognak the Barbarian. Watch him
Oh,
fly
thank
through
gosh.
the trees, wrestle
Dash.
exotic beasts,
So I've
and
still not been
tame
able to
savage beauties
put
in
my
this
stuff away
harrowing tropical
for the
adventure.
most part. Do I even use the 38?
Grognak, you must help my baby. The shaman say he's hungry
I don't
for
think
milk,
so.
but I fed him already and he won't stop crying.
Do not worry.
I don't think I use
Grognak
44.
is skilled at quieting
I do
children.
have 50.
What are you doing? Oh my god! You killed
Like,
my
what's a pound?
baby!
Foolish woman, that was not your baby. It was a bat baby, and the only thing it's hungry for is
I'll use
blood.
45.
You are only half right, barbarian.
Don't
That
use
was
10 mil.
indeed my baby. For I am the
Man,
Bat
Sash being
Queen,
full is crap.
And as payment for your insolence, my children will feed
It's a
on
variety
you
of them, but
until
Eastern.
your
Okay,
blood
well, I was
runs
just curious.
dry.
Grognak does not
You'll have to
feed
make
the
them for me
children.
one day,
He
and then
orphans them.
next
Will
overnight it
Grognak
over.
stop the Bat Queen and save the jungle
I'll pay for
dry?
shipping.
Or will her bat babies use the villages as their own private bottle? Find out in this hubris
What can I break down,
presentation
then?
of Grognak and
If I can set down my base, I can
of
give
the
her that
Bat
stuff.
Baby.
So let me pull out all my ammo then.
When a city is besieged by bandits and its
'Cause if all my ammo
queen
doesn't weigh
seeks the aid
anything.
of a magic lamp, only one man can be counted on to retrieve it. Grognak the Barbarian. Yet this is no ordinary
Okay, so
deed,
energy
for
rounds
his
weigh
lamp
something.
has been buried for 1,000 years in cursed sand.
Oh, great and powerful genie, please
Let me
grant
just
my
take all
wish.
of it.
My kingdom is at the mercy of bandits, and only your power can save it.
I don't know when I got more of those, but sweet.
What in exchange,
Alright.
you and your people will submit
That's fine. Give me it all.
So you'd make us all
Alright, now let's
slaves.
grab weapons that'll
That's
use
not
all
what I
this
asked for
crap
at all.
that weighs things. And we'll start getting rid of it.
saved you from the bandits. And
Oh,
no
smoke
point did you specify the term, Tell me, you bag of hot air.
Why is that in there?
Can a genie grant his own wish?
I don't see why not.
Good, because when Grognak is through with you, your wish should never
A
be
50 hunting rifle.
And now, hero, defeat the
I'm
genie
gonna need
and
this.
the bandit horde. Or has the
I'm
kingdom
gonna get those
trapped itself in
grenades.
the walls of its own wish?
I'm just gonna start using everything.
Comic presentation of
Rest of it.
Grognak the Barbarian.
Yeah, I'll start breaking some of this down. See if I can get anything out of it.
On a planet forged
Still
in
have the
fire
shish
and blood,
kebab,
live
heat soup
maidens bred
sludge.
for war. Only one man stands between them and total annihilation. Grognak, the Barbarian. Yet to save Earth, he must slay a four-armed goddess whose might is as infinite as space. Enter Mola, War Maiden of Mars.
Heed my words, you pathetic Earthlings. Marla has come to your cowardly planet with a single demand. You will bring her your greatest
Oh, that's right. I still
warrior.
have T-51B torso.
Grognak accepts your challenge.
You are the Earth's champion.
Break that
How many
down.
men have you
Break
slain?
that down.
Where are the skulls on your belt?
Grognak does not wear the skulls of his enemies. He crushes them.
Ha! You may have bested the warriors of Earth, but your luck has run out. For today you face Mala, War Maiden of Mars.
The only thing Grognak is out of is patience, which means you, Red Woman, are out of time. Will Grognak slay the War Maiden and defend the Earth's honor?
I don't really care about
Mola
T-51
add
that
his
much.
skulls
I
to
am
the
looking for
collection
T6
of
though, so
champions? Find out
let's
in
break
this
everything
comic
down.
presentation of Grognak versus Mola, War Maiden of Mars. High atop the snow-drenched mountains of Hibernia, upon peaks no mortal dare climb, lays an orb with the promise of spring. Only one man is virile enough to conquer its icy summit. Grognak, the Barbarian.
Oh, so I physically can't undo the
But these aren't
legendaries.
just any
Okay.
snows. These
So
are
I'll
the
put those
fabled snows of
back.
lust.
My dear barbarian, I fear you made a mistake in coming here. It is known that no mortal man can resist the snows of lust. For when you gaze upon its beauty, any desire
It was really
to
cool to
climb
find
its
this, but may as well break it down.
frozen
This I can use to
It
use
is
up the
you who
ammo.
tempt death, Siren, for you underestimate the fire in Grognak's loins.
By the winters of Asgard, such heat.
Now do you see, woman? Grognak's desire does not freeze, it burns. Will Grognak beat back the bordello of blizzards? Or will the snows of lust seduce our hero and leave the land in an endless winter? Find out in this special adventure, Grognak the Barbarian. Lost
Wait, so I got
in the
two of these?
snows of lust.
Alright, well, let me throw one
In
out.
the shadowy forests of Reynard lives a formidable adversary who fights with a quick
Wait,
wit
no,
and
it-
a sleight of hand. In
Had
all
one.
the world, only one man can be considered his better. Grognak, the Barbarian. Watch him match wits with a diabolical
Piece of
trickster
crap.
in the tale of sharp mind and sharper sword.
You fell into my trap again, Grognak. And only by solving my riddles will you save yourself from
Yeah, why does it keep showing
Grognak
two?
has no time to play your little boy games, trickster. Ah.
foolish barbarian, still using every muscle except the one that counts.
And what muscle would that be?
What do you think, you mindless ape? The brain!
Ha! Shows what you know. Grognak does not use his brain to count. He uses his fingers. The same fingers he will use to break your neck.
Actually, let me grab that so I can use that as well.
Solve the trickster's riddle, or will this
Got
puzzling
my laser,
creature
here's
dimension
your
his ultimate
bow.
undoing?
I love your bow. I just don't like the way the game did it. Game makes it very hard to use, and that's not your fault. That's actually a pretty nice gun. Why can't I break down the mole miner stuff?
You've seen Grognak the Conqueror destroying the forces of evil and hearing the lamentations of their women. You've watched Grognak the Traveler sailing the forbidden sea to slay the great Leviathan. Two tales. You've seen him match wits with the wily man-saurian and tame the passions of the warrior princess.
Nobody used the boat. Yeah, if it wasn't so jacked up, if it worked more like Skyrim, it would be perfect. But it's just so hard to tell what the hell you're aiming at.
New York. Sent to an alternate dimension by the warlock Skullpocalypse, Grognak must find his way home in a strange land filled with planes, trains, and automobiles, all while being hunted by the mob.
You're a dirty rat, Grognak. You were supposed to take a dive in the big round, and now the Dons put a bounty on your head.
Egg is on you, Sonny. Grognak cannot dive where there is no water, and he never met Don.
For the last time, Don's not a name, it's a title. And another thing, you big dope. Watch we throwing the other guy out the ring and into the popcorn stand. That ain't even boxing, it's wrestling. Jesus, Grog, it's like you were born in the Stone Age or something.
Grognak does not know, but he tell you one thing. The Stony Age ends tonight.
Will Grognak make it back to his own time, or will the mob have our heroes swimming with the fishes? Find out
Exactly what I was looking
in
for.
this special motion picture event, Grognak in New York.
Go to Rusty and pick up some legendary tokens. I should do that. Alright, let me...
From $1 a dance to a place in the spotlight. From the cone lap of a stranger to the hot lap of luxury. Edith Renning, a determined girl, climbed out of the seedy underpants of Chicago and into the nation's sweater vest. The very same sweater that warms the heart.
And was amazing?
But behind
Yes.
the fabric,
But if it
Edith
busted,
Renning had
no
a
idea what
secret.
you're talking about.
Her rise to stardom was launched by a catapult named Murder. Her partner in crime, a lab-created monster
I
whose
don't like
strength
your
was as
attitude,
infinite as his
and you
shadow.
don't want to pick a fight with me. So turn around
Kill them
and
all!
walk
Kill
away.
them all!
You still got legs to do it.
Let me help you, Edith.
There it
I'll
is.
get you to the right
Alright.
people, and
Just
they'll work with you
thinking-
because they'll want you. And they won't have to have their arms ripped out or their head crushed by a sledgehammer. They'll want you because you're good.
Was it
I'll
gorilla?
try it,
I
Edith.
think it was gorilla.
Try it that way. For me.
Frustrated. Charles is famous. The child's still too dumb for stupid, high-class things like you.
It's a rag to riches story, where fame has a price. It's about life in the fast lane, with a past riding in the back seat offering directions. It's Love Me or Leave Me, a
think
movie
I'll
about
go with
real people, real
like the one
dreams,
I was
and
looking at.
one isn't.
Critics and moviegoers agree, On the Waterfront is the greatest film of our time.
You want my philosophy in life? Do it to him before he does it to you. Then do it to his sister while you're at it.
Why his sister?
I don't know. Insult to injury.
Okay, I think I get it. So, if I'm walking past a homeless person, I should ask him for change.
No, that's not what I meant.
But you said do it to him. I'm asking him for money before he has the
don't know.
chance to ask me.
It's... Why didn't they
It
put the
doesn't
numbers
apply to
there?
everything. The point is,
Ah.
I'm a tough guy.
The point is, I'm a
What do
tough
you want, father?
Your confession. Also, you're double parked, and I need the space.
Tell it to Jesus. If you want, I can
think
deliver you
it's
to him.
one
Is that your
from the-
solution for everything? Violence?
It used to be. But now I make an exception for homeless people. And last time I checked, Father, you got a roof over your head.
We've got the baddest bullies and the baddest harbor in the world. And you ain't so bad.
You ain't so bad yourself, Lee.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying I ain't so bad as in I'm a nice guy?
Yeah. Wait, what are you saying?
You know who the pistols are. In fact, there's one of them right in this room. We all know who he is, but we're afraid to say his name. And why? Because he'll shoot us? Well, that's probably a pretty good reason. But that's my parking space, and he has no right to take it.
It's a love story with brass knuckles. A heartwarming children's movie with gore and violence. It's the one motion picture you must see. On the Waterfront.
guess the rest is perception. Wait.
It came from outer space, from where no one knows. For what reason, few cared. And yet, when the alien known as the Grillion stepped out of his flying saucer and shot the president, the people had no choice but to watch the
I can edit
skies.
this later, right?
Do not be alarmed, humans. I come in peace.
But you just shot the president!
Never mind that.
We'll see.
It was an accident. But don't worry. I've already replaced your fleshy leader with my top lieutenant, Ford. You will find him more than capable of running your puny planet.
All hail, President Ford. All
Why,
hail,
he's a machine. How can he be trusted to run the country?
There's no limit to what Ford can do. He could destroy the Earth. He could balance the budget. Odds are, he will do at least one of those things. Either way, it is not my concern.
All hail, President Ford. All hail, President Ford. Never before have you seen a creature like this. Cold, unfeeling, with laser cannons for arms and veto power over the House and Senate. It's a science fiction adventure you won't soon forget when President Ford goes to Washington.
Yeah, so cancel.
You've seen the attack of the 50-foot woman, as well as the blitzkrieg of the 60-foot Nazi. Now get ready for twice the horror and 3 times the heel, as we present to you the most frightening monster ever known to man.
Don't you see, Johnny? She was just an ordinary pork bun peddler. None of this would have happened if it weren't for that blasted cookie.
But it's just a fortune cookie. What's the harm in that?
That was no ordinary cookie. Not after the gamma rays had their way with it.
And that turned her into a monster?
Of course not. If anything, it gave her radiation poisoning. No, it wasn't the cookie that turned her into a monster. It was the fortune written inside.
Why? What did it say?
From each according to his ability, to
That's
each according to his
accurate.
need. It was Marx, Johnny. Karl Marx.
Oh, God.
Ooh,
That
not
means-
Marks.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
They're coming. For
I expect
you, for
Grognak to
faith,
sound like
even
that.
the
Like
dawn.
bad Arnold
And it's not
Schwarzenegger.
with a gun in their hand or a bomb in the sky. They're doing it with snacks, Johnny. Little cookies that promise you the future, all while stealing it out from under you.
Can Johnny restore freedom and end the socialist threat? Will the health inspector discover the source of the gamma radiation? Find out in the most patriotic motion picture ever made, A Socialist's Fortune.
Coming to a theater near you, it's Teenagers from Outer Space. It's a horror movie 1,000 times more terrifying than anything you've ever seen. High on hormones, deliriously full of drugs, these teens are on a ray gun rampage you won't believe.
Just who do you think you are anyway?
I'm a teenager from space.
I'm a teenager.
Watch as legions of irresponsible young adults terrorize this small town with one hormone-induced gambit after another.
What is it, Danny? What's got you so terrified?
Heels are
Marge,
suppressor and tenor.
statistics say there's nothing more dangerous than a teenager behind the wheel.
Now, imagine that teenager behind the wheel of a
I don't have any of
flying
that.
saucer.
Oh my God. We
Isn't
have
there a
to
way to
do
open
something.
up your perk packs?
Can't
Like, I
do
don't
anything.
have something for
Don't you
that.
see? The insurance policies won't cover it.
I guess I'll just have to do it
Will
later.
Danny and Marge survive this invasion? Will they keep their
Included
teenage daughter
first
from
aid
falling
and
in
power
love with
user.
her reckless alien captors? Find out in this one-of-a-kind motion picture event. Teenagers.
I don't have any of these
from
freaking perks
outer
this person put out. Jeez. Alright, agility. I don't have that. Oh, I do actually.
Welcome to
Oh,
the
darn.
Atomic Hour. I'm your host,
I guess I'll just have to make this over time. Yeah, I thought I had all these
You may
packs I
recognize
never
my guest
opened.
tonight simply by
I
her
guess not.
soothing velveteen voice.
Better criticals,
She
bloody
starred
mess,
opposite of some of the
critical
biggest
savvy,
names in
22.
Hollywood, and her latest film, The Adventures of Captain Cosmos, is no exception. I'm speaking, of course, of the one, the only, Michelle Krukowski. How are you doing today, Michelle?
I'm doing wonderful, Frank. I'm pleased to be here.
Now, Michelle, Up until now, most of your work has been in silent film. Is that correct?
I prefer to call it gesture-based storytelling. It's a very powerful thing conveying one's emotions with only your body. Not everyone can pull it off.
Yes, and you've been known to go to extreme limits to do it. Didn't you bite your co-star's ear off in one movie?
That's right. In the silent movie business, we prefer to show rather than tell. And in that scene, I was showing him I was angry.
But biting him, isn't that a bit much?
Well, I was also a vampire.
In the movie?
No, in real life. I was going through a phase.
Ah, I see. But despite your storied career in silent film,
Well,
you
I
must
guess
still
we'll
be
just stick
excited
with what
about
I'm
your
already
first
using.
speaking role.
Actually, I don't have any line.
You don't?
Frank, you have to keep in mind that Captain Cosmos is a period drama. And the period just happens to be centuries in the future, where most people communicate through telepathy. In the film, I play a psychic hedgehog.
It sounds riveting, Michelle. And while I'd like to hear more, I'm afraid we're all out of time. Tune in next week when we interview renowned holotape actor Ronald Reagan. Only on The Atomic Hour. Welcome to The Atomic Hour. I'm your host, Frank Tuck. We have a great show for you this hour. In fact, second baseman for the Capitol Congressman, Wayne Terwilliger, is here. Hello, Wayne.
Hello, Frank. Glad to be here.
Alright, let's go waste out
You've got
some
a good
ammo.
team this year. What do you think your chances for winning the pennant are?
Well, I don't want to brag, but I think we're going to go all the way.
Is that a guarantee?
It most certainly is. You see, I got it all worked out. New York's ahead of us by 2 games right now. And I heard DiMaggio say they were going to take things one game at a time. Well, you know how they say we should always give 110%? I figured if we give 440% every time out, we can take things 4 games at a time. That's 3 whole games better than a team from New York.
Is that right?
It's like I said, I've already worked out the math.
But why not just try to win the next game? That way you wouldn't have to break the laws of space and time.
No, because if we did that, we wouldn't gain any ground. It's a pennant race. We have to catch them.
I don't think it's literally a race. They just call it that.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Frank. That just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe you're right. Well, good luck with the season.
We don't need luck.
I have 8,000 rounds of minigun ammo now.
If you say so.
I can use up all
Either
10
way,
now.
that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next week when my guest will be Golden Globe star Cindy Gray. Only on The Atomic Hour.
What's in stock today, Rap? Why? You never buy anything. All you do is waste my time.
Welcome to The Atomic Hour. I'm your host, Frank W. Tonight we have a special guest, the self-proclaimed ring-a-ding king, Jimmy Swank. How you doing, Jimmy? Is it Jimmy or
You saw
Jimmy?
those other weapons.
Why don't you just call me Dr. Swank?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you practiced medicine.
I don't, but that's what I told my mother, so it's best if you play along. She doesn't know about this whole rock
Wait,
and
so I
roll.
can't sell this stuff even?
They didn't tell me you were funny.
I wasn't joking.
I see. Moving on to other topics. Is it true your first album sold 1 million records?
That's what they tell me. I think they're trying to temper expectations, though, for the next album. My internal expectations have my sales in the neighborhood of 1 billion.
I don't know, Jimmy. There's only 500 million people in America.
You're not counting repeat purchases. I like the Maltese Mutant so much, I saw it 3 times in the theater. And my album was twice as good as that film.
But a film's different than a record, isn't it? I don't need to buy another copy to play it again, do I?
There we go.
That's where you're mistaken. My records are very fragile. They're designed to break after one listen.
Well, that doesn't sound like very good business practice. I think it might even be illegal.
The law doesn't apply to celebrities, Frank. You would know that.
Alright, so I have 1 nuke to launch. Let's go find something to use it on.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next week
And then
when
I'll
we
come
interview
back
the
here.
voice of Sugar Bombs himself. Boom Boom, the cereal-loving grenade. Only on The Atomic Hour.
Would you like to be Tommy for a day? From the Moulin Rouge in Hollywood, one of the world's greatest showplaces, Sanders Brothers Entertainment presents the Cinderella Show for all ages, starring Jack Haley. You're supposed to clap. Right there is where you clap,
Levels.
Willis. I'm a famous celebrity, goddammit.
Could talk to the others here.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Commie for a Day. The crown is ready, the throne is ready, the welfare checks are ready, and so are we. Harry, tell them what they'll be playing for. Well, Jack, in addition to being Commie for a Day, our 5 lovely contestants will receive this brand new television set from the Radiation King, the King of Electronics.
Okay.
How about that? I've got one of those myself, you know, only much larger because I'm rich. Now, let's meet our first contestant.
If I remember
Betty
correct, this is a
from Chino
MIRV
Hills,
launcher,
the
so I'm
mother of
excited.
Betty, why would you like to be Commie for a Day?
Well, I lost my husband last November in a hunting accident.
Leaving you and the 2 kids.
Yes,
I
sir.
am
John and Jesse.
down.
They're 5 and 3
Okay,
years old.
so I need to drop
And what will
about
you do when
40
you become
pounds.
full-fledged communist?
I'd like some financial assistance. I've been working 2 jobs, but a lot of that goes into daycare, and I simply can't afford it.
So, you'd be taking hard-earned taxpayer money for free.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I don't know.
I'm kidding, Betty. We're all freedom-loving patriots here, I know that. But if you want to be Commie for a Day, you'll need to think like a red. So again, I'll ask you. You need money, I'm correct?
I do. My children.
Yes, yes. Jim and Mary.
John and Jesse.
Right. The point is, if you want Jim and Mary to have the best daycare, you're going to need more than the $1 a day you're earning at the diner. That money comes from taxpayers like yourself. Now, I have to ask, do you think that's right?
You said yourself you were rich.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking like a communist.
Let's go put it back.
Why don't you have a word with Senator McCarthy over there? He has a few questions for you.
Did I win?
Why don't we wait to see what the polygraph says first? But what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Is our mild-mannered housewife...
I was like, I got the wrong weapon out. Let me whip this TV out. Alright, I think it's out, so what else do I need to work with?
People around here think we're stealing their shit. Don't they know we were here first?
Wait, is this using fusion cores?
So, John, got any plans tonight?
None that involve you.
Why not? We could catch a movie.
No offense, but going to the movies with you is like watching paint dry.
That doesn't make any sense. Going to a movie isn't like watching anything but the movie.
Makes perfect sense. I go to a movie, you sit next to me, and now I'm bored.
What if I randomly sat next to you? How would you even know I was there?
How else? Because there'd be paint on the screen. Nothing but drying paint. And as soon as I saw the paint, I say to myself, gee, I bet I know who that is sitting next to me. Why, it's my old pal Jeffrey.
But have you ever seen paint dry? It's not as dull as you think.
Of course it is. It's paint. It dries. End of story.
Well, let me ask you this. Which part dries first? The top or the bottom?
Huh. Now that's a good question. I guess I don't know.
So you admit it's kind of interesting.
Maybe. What's your point?
My point is, stop being an insufferable arse and let's go watch a movie.
So it is using fusion cells. Okay, it's just not fusion cores. That's cool. Put that away. Game lines.
I'm taking you out of the game, Skip.
My name's Jean-Baptiste, coach.
Damn it, Skip. Didn't I tell you I don't speak French?
Neither do I. And besides, I thought you were the skipper.
I am the skipper, and you're Skip. And this peanut butter on my thumb is Skippy.
What's the peanut butter for?
What do you think it's for? It's the doctor of the baseball.
My baseball needs a doctor? Is it sick?
It's got the PTSD, you dummy. Because in case you hadn't noticed, the team from St. Louis has spent the last hour knocking the cover out the thing. And do you know whose fault that is?
I'm afraid I don't, coach.
Yours, you nincompoop.
I thought you said my name was Skip.
These jokes are so dumb.
Have you seen those Mothman cultists yet?
What's the matter, John? You look a little blue.
What do you mean I look blue?
I mean what I mean. You look blue.
So you're saying I look sunny? Like the sky?
No, the opposite. I'd say your mind's a little cloudy.
So you're saying I look
Comedy.
gray?
Yeah.
Personally, I'd say I look a little green.
That don't follow you. Are you saying you're green in the gills? Green with envy?
Nah, like I'm about to puke. Probably from looking at your mug all day.
Look, blue, grey or green, the point is you don't look well. There's something wrong.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is. I just found out my best friend is colorblind.
I'm okay with this. I was about to run the whole way there, and I'm like, I'm overweight. I ain't doing it. I just dropped enough weight that I should be able to at least fast travel.
We've entered this soundstage at OEI Motion Pictures to visit with director Ian Gregory, who gave you How to Murder a Poor Person and The Man with the Vault Jumpsuit. Mr. Gregory is directing the acclaimed cyborg actor Ronald Reagan,
Oh, I didn't know she
as
had
well as
this over
Joseph
here.
Wayne and newcomer Deborah
All right,
Woodward
good to
in
know.
The Three Faces of Reagan.
There are three characters in this story who
everything you need.
occupy one body, a cyborg. Now I know in most movies, Ronald has played a human role, and the audience has simply been asked to suspend their belief. That is why most of his previous successes have come via the holotape industry.
Is it done?
But I
Do they
think
have
here,
the inoculation?
playing a cyborg with multiple personalities,
They're inoculated.
we're given the chance to take his
What a
acting at
relief,
face
huh?
value. For it's only
We'll
by
get shipments up
stripping
and
Ronald
running in
of his
case that
humanity
first batch wasn't enough.
that we see the
Look,
person inside.
I know you're doing more than your
Of
fair
course,
share of the work.
That's just two faces.
Don't think I didn't
man.
notice. Thank you. Now that one crisis is over, it's time we start working on that mystery in the mountains. Have you heard the latest?
What's going on? Oh god, story time? Count me in. Okay, that's more me, but I internalize that and don't say it out loud. But that's me.
A few other people from 76 made the trek into the mountains to find this treasure we keep hearing about. It's a vault. Vault 79. Sealed tight with no obvious way in. The
Fax
rumor
number.
mill about what's inside is running wild. We don't have a way in, but I think I have a plan to at least find out what's inside. Every student who graduates Vault Tech University has a story about the restricted wing, where all the higher-ups would have their meetings. And not just stuffy professors and their Mr. Handy assistants. I mean sit-downs with government officials, the military.
Okay. So we get inside, see if they were meeting about this vault. You didn't think to check there before? Yeah. You don't have to drag me along. Halls full of vault tech secrets. Sounds like a dream. Okay.
Over 25 years in the making for me, but it's time to finally see what it's hiding. Meet you there?
Yeah, sure. Alright, where'd you say I can break down all these super special weapons? Rust? Let me see if I can find that. Vault 76. Hey, I got the level up. Rusty Pick is the southwest. Okay, what's one of the other ones I needed? Let's do Tormentor.
Tormentor. 5% chance crippling of them. What do I care about that? Maybe I will just have to make my own meta for this sort of stuff. Screw it. Do crap like this. Alright, so southwest. There's some machine scatters around train stations too. Train station around here. It's dark south. Yeah, I'm ready to get some good looking power armor because now that I know this doesn't do what it used to do, this power armor is kind of useless. It looks kind of nice though. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Stash box, that, trash, thanks park. Once again, the toilet paper king.
Stock up here before your next kill.
Mission. Is this it? I think this is it. Legendary exchange. I don't get why it's showing 2 still. It's so broken. Alright, let me pull the rest out then. Weapons. Oh wait, no, sorry, this side. Okay, cool. Kinda looks like a pack-a-punch from Nazi zombies. I'm sorry I'm gonna break down your bow. I know you worked hard on it. Now what do I do? Just leave these here? Oh. Neato. And look at that. I'm underweight by 5 pounds. Alright, what can I blast through ammo with? What's that heavy, Got a Gatling laser. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, laser. Oh yeah, it uses power cores. Never mind. You can go back in the stash. Why do I keep getting these 10mm pistols? How many of these do I have to break down before it stops giving it to me? Why can't they break them down? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's right. I need to put that in the stash. That was actually one of the reasons I was looking for a stash for so long. Completely forgot I had that on me. Apparel. Wear that. Actually, am I still wearing the red leathers? I think I am wearing the red leathers. It's really weird that Polly's helmet keeps being open. Alright, where are we going?
Machine. The third base we don't get to see until after he saves the planet and becomes governor of California. I don't want to give too much away, but let's just say it involves a ragtag group of Iranian militants, wars in space, and his Russian sidekick, Gorby. But I want to stress the action comes secondary to what I believe is an intense psychological drama.
Thank you, Ian. And as we depart the stage and let the actors go to work, we get one final glimpse at what makes Ronald Reagan the most successful cyborg actor in Hollywood. No, it's not the processing unit that lets him analyze 400 different interpretations of the same line every second, although that would be a good guess. It's his willingness to work with his more human counterparts that elevates the entire work. You'll see what I mean when you watch it in theaters. The Three Faces of Reagan, coming to a cinema near you.
God dang it. I'm too lucky.
She's an Oscar, Tony, and Emmy-winning actress. A co-star of hers once said, she's worked with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, and yet she somehow manages to outshine them all. Her latest film is The Boulevard, and it opens in theaters across the country starting tomorrow. With me is Lana Worth.
That was Dean Domino who said that.
Was it? There's some debate about its provenance, whether it was Dean or another actor.
No, it was him. But if you know Dean, you'd know he said it with a touch of sarcasm. At least at first. I think he was angry I was stealing his scenes.
It was reported the two of you had a rocky relationship.
Dean and I got along fine. It was the director who was bumbled with.
That's kind of cool.
Well, you have to understand that he's a performer by trade, not an actor. And I don't mean that in a demeaning
This
way.
does nothing.
It's just that, as a performer, you're used to being in charge.
I see. So having that control wrenched away from you was difficult. He had trouble letting go, so to speak.
Exactly. You don't call yourself the King of Swing and start taking orders from the Duke, regardless of whether you're in his domain.
So you two got along just fine?
We enjoy each other's company. Not in the biblical sense, of course. No matter how much the tabloids claim otherwise.
I wanted to ask you about that. Because there's one publication that seemed to make a living out of putting you on the front page.
Oh yeah. The Daily Mirror. That's a cute name for a newspaper, don't you think? I mean, if it's the reflection of the current state of humanity, then I'm not sure I want to be a part of it.
It does tend to show our more ugly side.
Fantastical, I'd say.
Yeah,
I'm more for Hollywood bearing its collective face, without all the glamour and makeup. The problem with the Mirror is, it's as false as the industry it covers.
Was there a bit of tongue-in-cheek then in the Boulevard? In the trailer, they show a newspaper boy claiming to be first.
Yeah, I did find that rather amusing. The one time they get it right, it's not even real.
Was it strange playing yourself? Or at least a fictionalized version of yourself?
It's strange, because it was written by someone else. So, you're not playing yourself so much as playing who the public thinks you are. And it's a bit embarrassing on some level because you realize you're nowhere near as dignified as people make you out to be.
So, I take it when you're at home, you're wearing overalls and cursing like a sailor?
Not quite. I'm from England. We don't curse so much as furrow a brow.
And keep a stiff upper lip, as the saying goes.
Oh, naturally that way. You might think I'm being
Alright.
cold and unemotional right now. I'm just being British.
Is there any concern that people will think that's the real Lana Worth?
Well,
Oh,
no.
I didn't mean to pick
Because
those
like
up.
I said, the
Well,
public thinks that
might
way
as well take
already.
it all now.
It's just a part of being a celebrity. But the fact of the matter is, few people will ever
Break it
get
down
to know
next
the real
chance
Lana
I
Worth.
get. Probably
I'm
rare
not sure I know her myself.
That's really the essence of life, isn't it? Getting to know yourself.
Yes. And the sad part is, by the time you figure it out, it's already too late.
Speaking of which,
Like, I know I
that's
saw
all
one
the
here
time we have
before.
for tonight. I want to thank my guest, the great Lana Worth, and thank everyone in the audience for listening. We'll see you next week.
Death Tambo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Greg Penny. Tonight here on Quizmatic, our returning champion Charlie Jefferson goes for his 20th win in a row, potentially bringing his cash earnings
I just
to over
wouldn't mind going for
$300,000.
shotguns.
The
Like
most
some
money
kind of
ever
mix of
awarded
shotgun
on
and
television.
rifle. Would be kind of fun.
He is risking nearly all the money
Because
he's
the
won so
shotguns
far,
feel really
quite
underpowered if you don't go for them.
families help you dreams in the process. Are you sure you want to do this, Charlie?
Perks wise.
I hear your daughter is graduating high school this year.
Well, I've told Sally many times that community college is just as good as Harvard. But I don't plan on losing.
Glad to hear it, but be careful. Your opponent tonight is no slouch. Casey Green is a handsome young barber from Seal Falls, North Dakota.
Man, how many of you scorched are here?
Pleased to
Are you?
meet you, Greg. I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will, Casey. Best of luck. Not that
that's
you need
all.
it with that winning smile of yours. In any case, if you're both ready,
Anyways,
let's say we start right
onward
now.
with the mission. Let's stop bullying them for 5 minutes.
Quizmatic! Hands on your buzzers, gentlemen. Our first question pertains to famous haircuts of the 20th century. For 10 points, what style, seen here on this General Atomics television, is worn by
Yeah,
the
so I'll
king
just
of
have to
rock
probably
himself,
make my own
Elvis
meta now that
Presley?
I think about it.
Charlie?
There's a website where I can kind of try different metas and just put it all together and see what
That was
stats
an
you
easy
need,
one.
sort of thing.
But if the questions are going to be about hair, I'd have a hard time beating a barber.
Come on, Charlie, you know as well as I do. The questions are selected at random. So moving on to question number 2. For 20 points, this style of comb is characterized by its long tapered handle, similar to a common household pest.
That would be a rat tail comb.
Correct. And for 20 points, that puts you in the lead.
Now hold on, that was another barber question. You said the questions were random.
They are, Charlie. Here we go.
Okay, I'm just saying. the next question is about haircuts, or combs, or clippers, I might just throw a fit.
Not to worry. Question 3 is about the Civil War.
Thank you. I don't mean to make accusations. It's just a little weird, you know? Being a barber and all.
I understand your concerns, Charlie. Now, at any point, what style of facial hair was worn by Civil War General Ambrose Burnside?
What the
Is it sideburns? Correct again, Casey, and I must say the audience loves it when you show us those dimples. Let's see them. Aren't they fantastic, America?
All right, I want to speak to someone in charge. This is obviously some kind of fix. I mean, why are all the damn questions things a barber?
Charlie, you're overreacting. Remember, there's still time for you to win the game. Have my word that tonight's last question has absolutely nothing to do with haircuts, barbers, or Civil War generals of any kind.
You promise?
I swear on my mother's good name.
Fine. I'm sorry. It's a lot of money.
I know, Charlie. You don't realize you're under a lot of pressure. Would you like to take a commercial break, or shall I read the question?
No, it's okay. You can read the question.
All right. For 50 points, and
I know
the
I
name.
heard one, but like...
What is the name of Casey Green's mother?
Oh, for crying out loud! No! No! Don't you dare hit that buzzer, Casey! They did it to me, and they could do it to you!
My mother's name is Abigail.
Correct! And that makes you our new champion!
Hear from my lawyer! You hear me?
I'm sorry, but that's all the time we have for today.
This isn't
Join us
over.
next week as
This
Casey Green
isn't
attempts to
over.
defend his title on America's favorite game show,
Wizmatic.
It's time for everyone's favorite newlywed guessing game, What's Burning My Bacon? I'm your host, Chip Steele, and with me tonight are two lovely couples who'll be vying for this week's prize, a nuclear-powered washer-dryer, courtesy of our friends at General
What do you need a nuclear-powered washer and dryer for? Like, oh my god.
A lifetime supply of crab.
This is why the world of Fallout was effed.
Now let's meet our first couple.
Nuclear power vehicles, I get it. The fact that you had to refuel them makes zero sense unless it's just coolant or something. For, you know, the nuclear process, but
we're
like...
huge fans of the show. We watch it every night.
Nuclear powered washer and
There was that night
dryer
the
is
electricity
ridiculous.
went out.
Well, hopefully you know your wife as well as you know the show.
I'll do my best, Chip.
Good, good. Now, as you know, before the show started, we asked your wife questions about things that irritate her. And interestingly enough, our first topic this week just happened to be you,
I'll
Harry.
help you.
We asked Sally about all the things that you do that really get on her nerves, and boy, were there a lot of them. But there was one habit that stood out above them all. So, with that in mind, let me ask you, Harry, what about you burns your wife's bacon?
Oh, this is easy. See, last year I decided to put all our life savings in limited edition bobbleheads. You know, I really think they'll appreciate much better than any stock. My wife...
Hold on, you did what?
Oh wait, you didn't know?
Oh,
The answer we were
buddy.
looking for was it really burns my bacon when he forgets to throw out the trash. It was the trash, Harry, which is probably where you should throw out those worthless toys.
I can't believe you did this. How could you?
Honey,
Well, this is getting awkward. Why don't we take a commercial break, and when we get back, we'll meet the second newlywed couple, Clay and Jessica Curry, and ask them, what's burning my bacon? Welcome back to everyone's favorite newlywed guessing game, What's Burning My Bacon? I'm Chip Steele, and for those just tuning in, we've already awarded one couple a brand new General Atomics washer-dryer. Let's see if we can make it two. Without further ado, here's our next couple. She's a robotics engineer from MIT. He is a Mr. Handy from Robco. Let's give a warm welcome to Rhonda and Jeffrey Duvall.
Hi, Chip. Jeffrey and I are ecstatic to be on your show.
Is that true, Jeffrey?
You'll have to take my wife's word for it, sir. I'm not capable of actual emotion.
That makes two of us. We sure can fake it, can't we?
I'm programmed to simulate that very thing.
Wait, what? You didn't attack me before.
Well, Rhonda, as you know, before we went on stage, we grilled your husband on all the things that just burn his bacon. Of course, to make it difficult, every week we use a different topic, and it might not be something you're aware of. This week's topic is vacations. So, Rhonda,
what are some things that might happen on vacation that really burns Jeffrey's bacon?
Well,
That's
Chip,
a big boy.
it's gotta be the lack of an adequate charging station. Installing new fuel rods into Jeffrey's 23-8B nuclear power unit can be hazardous without the right environmental safeguards.
Are you sure that's your answer? I was under the impression nuclear fuel rods lasted for decades.
You don't understand. Jeffrey and I spend a lot of energy in the bedroom, if you get what I mean.
Oh.
hi.
Well then, is that your final answer?
It's my final answer, Chip.
Well, guess what? You're right. You truly know what burns his bacon. Not only do you win a General Atomics washer dryer, you're eligible for the grand prize when we host the Tournament of Championships in December.
Oh, Chip, I can't wait.
Just make sure you recharge Jeffrey's fuel rods between now and then, huh? Well, that's it for this edition. Don't forget to tune in next week for another
Bad
exciting
robots.
episode of What's Burning My Bacon.
And now, some history. On this date in 1962, the home team
10
faced
seconds
up against
each.
that mighty juggernaut from
Aw,
San
poor
Francisco
Panda.
in a game that would go to extra innings. 21
You know,
all told
Panda,
before
though,
the night was
that's some
over.
real bottom energy
Or rather,
there.
after the night was over, as
When
the
it
game
just
went
happens
well
to
into the
you.
daytime. Here's what the San Francisco skipper had to say.
You're not willing to take charge or ever, put in some effort past 10 seconds.
Can he continue to be your butter and egg man all the way to the champ's ball?
I think he can. He's our horse, and we're gonna ride him.
What about your thoughts on what the Millville media said after the game? He said by tomorrow he's forecasting on a full shower of baseballs up in the upper deck. Do you see your team jitterbugging around him, or will you invite him to the deck?
Alright, well, apparently this is the right weapon.
We don't have to pitch to him. That's what you're asking. It doesn't matter how good your opponent is. You can always take the bat out of his hand.
Is that what y'all planning to do, Coach? Give him the old four-finger walkaroo?
You'll see.
Well, the next night, the skipper, true to his word, walked the meteor 5 times. Unfortunately for him, the man batting after him provided enough fireworks to light up the sky 10 times over. And the home...
There would be more people coming. Approach.
See you in a minute.
Identify yourself. Law-abiding citizens will not be harmed.
I am law-abiding. It's bullying me. Stop bullying people. Ugh. Piece of crap, Rob Cope.
So, you are one of the residents of Vault 76. Your overseer has told me all about you.
I call it the Cosby. I just lay there and let it happen. I think that's the opposite of Cosby. He did all the effort, and then they laid there and let it... Well, I shouldn't say let it happen. That sounds fucked up. Had it happen, and that's unfortunate for the victims. God damn it. Cosby was fucked up, dude. Same thing with Blizzard. Did you hear about Blizzard? They had the Cosby suite inside the building. He tell you we need to get into your wing. Your charger.
I was programmed to run this university in the event of the dean's absence. He is absent, therefore I am running it.
Neato. The hypocrisy. Yeah, I wonder how he's doing in prison right now.
Assuming there even is a restricted section, and
I wonder who calls him my little pudding pop.
verifying that neither of you have Voltic University credentials.
Graduated from here. She doesn't have access. My credentials are my fist and whatever you call your face. There's got to be another way.
Faculty and staff determine who goes where in this university, not former students.
I might be the only human being connected to this place that's still alive. My authority doesn't override yours?
No, it does not. And for the record, I was the dissenting opinion on fast-tracking your overseer assignment. You are not pushing your way through me.
Did you hear he only served like 3 years because of a technicality? He's been out forever. Wait, what? So what happened? What technicality? No, I didn't hear anything about this crap. What, Cosby's out? Oh, he must be... He must be low profiling so no one fucking calls him out and tries to get him like whatever they can to put him back. Piece of shit. There has to be a way to gain access. Everyone's dead. You're not protecting anything anymore.
There is one thing I need. A new graduating class. Unfortunately,
I could do it.
Your overseer has already passed the final exam, but you could take it.
You mean the vault simulation? That's ridiculous. All the professors are gone. The vaults have already been assigned.
My programming dictates that this university's purpose is to produce graduates, and I intend to follow the rules. Unlike some people, the simulation will be run by the Mr. Handy janitorial
Mr.
staff.
Handy.
It is an experimental protocol, but you will find they are
The hell
more
got into my
than
eye?
up to the task.
Alright, I think we're good. Okay, I can see again. But yeah, what technicality? Like, what the hell happened? How does he end up only doing 3 years for all the bullshit he did for like 40? You know what I mean? And without the B2 movement from stuff like that, we wouldn't have happy Brendan Fraser. Or as happy as he can be now. By the way, did you see his sons recently? Like, oh man, I wish they were into acting. I don't know if they are or not, but like, there's some good looking dudes and I would love to see them in some action films. Like, they really have his like build about them. Okay, do the exam.
Glad we agree. In this test scenario, your ball has divided into factions. You must resolve the conflict any way you see fit. Your chief of security will fill you in on the details.
Oh,
Good
okay, cool.
luck.
I'm not
Right.
familiar with this test scenario. Professor Bott must have come up with it on his own.
Alright, they said he wouldn't be prosecuted if he proceeded to a civil case and not use the information against him. Then they did use it against him because of the ineptitude. Oh my god, it got thrown out. So he got out in June last year, serving only 3 years. That's some garbage. I mean, he was probably already in rich person prison, you know, where they could play tennis and shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really prison. It's for like lawyers and shit. But, ah, my god, he went to Wolf of Wall Street prison, I swear. If I ever go to prison, I do something that's light enough that I just end up in light security, where I go to rich people prison. But knowing me, it would probably be something far harsher than that. That is some horse shit, though. That makes me so mad.
Complete your task and we can talk about granting you permission to the restricted wing.
So, what if I killed the chief of security? Oh wait, maybe it's saying it's down below or something. Canines to form self-governing societies. Basically, the experiment will involve a group of dogs trained to train other dogs to perform typically human-run tasks. I've begun training my miniature schnauzer, Riley, to operate vault doors, which I think is a promising start to the experiment. I'd be happy to bring her in anytime to demonstrate. This proposal lacks any kind of substantial value and makes me seriously question your devotion to the project of preservation of human race. Please see me and we can talk about a serious proposal if you can manage to find my office. Dean Harlan Elliott. Oh yeah, okay. Let me jump into Discord for you as well. I do that. Where's mine? Okay, there we go. Who's the level 1? I was going to keep them. Because I know they're going to have to complete a bunch of tasks. I guess that's numbers. Let's get rid of Gorg. Okay, yeah, Gorgon. Alright, feel free to join. Okay, and then... Alright, I'm in Gammon. Alright, what was I doing?
A vault simulation run by robots. Be prepared for anything.
Well, of course. An experiment for determining the optimal density of calories in a foodstuff versus storage space. This experiment will test the tolerance of various individuals' ability to consume food of unvarying texture, but allow them to design flavors or use pre-created flavors. In this experiment, there will be a control group that uses standard regimen of vault supplies, and an experimental group that subsists on nothing but my proprietary food-based formula. I'd be down for that. Like, that actually sounds kind of good. Oh, maybe I got rid of the wrong person. I didn't know they were attached. Oh wait, I forgot to read the response. Yeah, if all I had to do was eat MREs, I'd be down. Like, that'd be such a good life until I'm, like, you know, preserved. Proprietary stuff. Insulin. No, so at least you're getting your insulin, I guess. Unless you end up being allergic, then you're dead. Flaxseed. Pea protein. Files. Below are a list of potential flavors, profiles, components that dwellers can use to create new meals. Base flavoring, sweeteners, sucralose, dulcin, sorbitol, xylitol, and allitamine. No, allitame. Allitame. Bittering agents, ground ivy, bog myrtle, marigold, fruit. Souring agents, vinegar, catri, anardana, kokum, salts. No salt will be provided as it is part of the base paste. Texturing, all preparations will have the same texture. Spicing, capsaicin, deflavored chilies, ethyl acetate, whatever CAS 1057 is. Proposal has come a long way, and the board has agreed to give you 1 month of vault time starting on October 15 of this year. We will accelerate your leadership classes and pull you from unrelated or less important classes. Congratulations, Dean Harland Elliott, President, Overseer Training Advisory Board. Some poor vault had to really live off of that stuff, because after October was when the bombs dropped, or around that time, I should say. Alright, so I did all of that.
Intruder, identify yourself.
Talking to me?
Area secure.
Turn down the
Oh, yeah, duh. Sorry.
If you told me when I first got
My
here
bad.
that I would be anything other than the overseer of a control vault, I wouldn't have believed you.
Okay.
Now that I'm here, I'm a little more realistic about things. The overseer at Vault 96, one of the hottest postings outside of 76, wouldn't even give me the time of day. The man sent me a form letter as a rejection, for God's sakes. At this rate, I'm gonna end up shipped out to the West Coast to work as a janitor in 29 with a bunch of obnoxious rich teenagers or something.
Why does Richard Miller's name sound familiar?
That Vault-Tec is a hive of nepotism and ass-kissing. You can't get ahead unless you attend every lecture and write every paper. There is no respect for passion.
Get off of me. I don't like being touched. I feel like bashing should do a little more damage.
I have to take my third run at senior thesis. Should be entertaining to get
Oh, it's you.
by Dean Elliott.
I was wondering, I'm like, hey, some NPC popped in here. Who's she? And then I realized it was you, but invisible.
I'm gonna take part in hopefully my last thesis project in the sim.
That's funny.
This kid seems fine, and his experiment is about food, so I get to eat well at
Too
least.
soon. Gained like 10 levels since I started playing, what, last week? The week before? Oh, there's that Mr. Handy I was trying to find. Poor little guy. Any more computers with funny stories on them? Oh, here's one. Vault Registry. 51. Vault. Nitrogen. Something. Appalachia. The something oven. Redacted. Can't tell if some things are supposed to be spaced out or if that's supposed to be redaction type stuff. The limits of human tribalism. No. Something. Anyways, rejected. Oh, wait, maybe not rejected. Something by a potato. Something in our... I see what they're doing though. This is actually really smart. Your brain will actually fill in the center of a word as long as you have the first and last letters. So a lot of times, because reading is more memorization than actually knowing how to fucking read. Like, you don't physically read every word every time. That's why you're able to skim and actually get things out of it. So this is actually kind of smart. They actually cut out some of the other letters. And also you can't tell where the space are supposed to be and where they're just putting space in the middle of words. Prenatal? Yeah. Something prenatal, redacted. Vault 76. Commemorating our country's tricentennial, this control vault was built and designed to open at a future date. Its occupants will be instructed and tasked with the role of rebuilding our civilization in case of total annihilation. And then just a bunch of redacteds. Ooh. Alright, so apparently there's a vault thing. Did you already do this, by the way? Appalachia. Complete the quest line. Okay, so you already know what's going on. Damn, when did they end the NPCs then? Oh, hi. Well, they're staring at me. Grenades. Good, good. Let's wait for me. Giddy up, Buttercup. It's very rare to find a full one that's like not busted. So cool. Yay for me. I'm gonna ride it so good. Okay, I'm gonna break it. Ooh, another one. Medical training. Introduction. Once for taking many roles, administrator, medical emergencies is a high intensive course. Completion of it should be pretty fucking easy. Alright. Look through the other stuff real quick. Introduction to medical diagnosis during the course culminates in skin disorders in you. Is it acne or flesh-eating bacterium?
False alarm. Standing down.
Substitute limbs, household. It's all kind of obvious stuff. Advanced surgical techniques. Just don't get malpractice, and you're good. Ooh, plan. I already know that, but free addictol. I'll take that free addictol. I'm glad this game is bright enough that I'm not needing my flashlight every 2 seconds like in the old days. Like, my Fallout 4 is always dark as hell. Alright, let's do it. Yep, that's what I usually do, is a good flashlight mod. So it kind of works like it does in here, where it's more of the headlight. But it's usually not as strong as this. Like, it's very focused. So I can see about 15 meters in front of me, maybe 30 max. And then, like, pretty narrow. Oh man, these people, like, did the nukes actually drop and they were still in here? And they weren't letting them out? Aw. Look at me, look at me. I am the overseer now. Concerns. The faction divided in the vault continues to be #1 concern. Head engineer Brass and Dr. Loris each control a significant portion of the vault staff. Their feud threatens to create revolt and panic. Cracking down seems unwise. Better to let the overseer resolve matters. A show of leadership would not only calm the conflict, but might unite the vault under a single authority. I mean, or I could just walk around just punching people in the head and be like, stop it. It's unrealistic, but whatever. Ooh, some free rat poison. So chill. -1 day till the test run starts. I did the final walkthrough. All I see is your gun in my face. What creative And a variety of dwellers won't get bored. My dwellers have arrived after a brief orientation. It's 1060. Given adjusted to one another the parameters of the experiment and their respective roles, I plan on giving them a dress later. Oh yeah, like Darker Nights in Skyrim with a beautiful sky mod was really good. Like where the ground level was dark, but when you'd look up, you'd just see stars and stuff. Like good, but it's not providing a lot of light. And oh man, I love that. That was always good. Like it just looks like you can see a far off galaxy sort of thing, or stuff was good. We're on full lockdown. Everything is running smoothly. Unless I signal to my advisors, we're in this for 4 weeks. So far, the test is going well, and feedback has been positive on the food paste formula. Oh no. That's when the food paste is going to start getting banned. Dwellers are eating even less of the experimental formulation than I expected. They report full bellies and satisfactory metabolisms. That's good. I'm guessing this is around when the bombs fell. It felt like something happened on the outside today, almost like an earthquake, and we lost power in the vault temporarily. The dwellers were able to quickly restore power via the backup generators. I assume that this is part of a drill, and people performed admirably. Oh, so they really didn't know. Poor bastards. A heart attack. Sudden and out of nowhere. One of the maintenance staff died in the middle of his work today. I'm waiting on coroner's report to make any decisions. The coroner did a full autopsy. It looks like it wasn't a heart attack, but the arterial walls of the heart hardened and cracked. I've ordered a medical review of the control group and members of the test group. It's conclusive. My food paste formulation causes arterial plaque buildup. There were no signs of buildup in the control group, so I've ordered the dwellers to take stock of the remaining standard issue food to see if we have another week left in us. More bad news, the food paste was not as popular as I thought. Apparently a black market for standard rations cropped up, and we only have rations for 2 days for everyone in the vault. I want to try and devise a solution to this problem before I signal my advisors to end the test prematurely. You literally have a dead person and you're just like, no, this is fine. I mean, also, your people are dead. This is my senior thesis experiment, and if I fail, I won't be able to operate as a full overseer. The dwellers are threatening to revolt if I don't call the experiment. They burned through the rations quicker than we thought, and now getting scared. I'm going to signal my advisors to cancel the test. I can't take the chance that we're going to lose anyone else. 11:01. No response from the outside. The dwellers think that I'm lying to them and are threatening to storm the office. I'm not sure if I can hold off until a full offensive for 2 full weeks. Damn, so they only lasted like a week and a half, 2 weeks. They breached the outer seal of the door in the vault of the office. I can hear the drill operating. It'll take them days to get through, but I can't take the chance. I don't know why my advisors aren't responding. People are dying here, and more are going to die. There's nothing I can do about it. This will be my final entry before I barricade myself in my bedroom, in the hopes that I can outlast the time locks. God willing, this is just part of the test. Something tells me it's not. So they all died here. Well, then where's little buddy that was inside his bedroom? I don't see a body. Oh yeah, wait, I was supposed to talk to that big guy.
You're the new overseer. Heck of a boiling pot you're stepping into. Little
Okay.
tiff between the engineers and the med staff is ready to blow.
The full situation report.
There was a reactor leak. Kellerman, Head engineer's apprentice rushed in to fix it. Poor kid got a full dose of rads.
Okay.
That's not the worst of it. Dr. Loris, head of the medical team, refused to send in help. Quarantined the reactor area so nobody died trying to go in there. Head engineer Brass
Makes sense.
accused the doctor of murder. Then, a couple days later, people noticed that one of the doctor's assistants, Estella, was missing. Everyone thinks it's a revenge killing. An eye for an eye.
That doesn't make any sense. And what do you think?
I don't know, Overseer. There's no proof the head engineer did anything nefarious. But there's no proof he didn't do it either.
Okay.
It'll be up to you to sort out this mess. Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Thank you. I'll get to the bottom of this. This has got headache written all over it. No task too great for Overseer.
That's good to hear, Overseer. I'll be here if you need me.
It's so awkward for him. I've never heard a robot think something I said was awkward. Nothing too big for Overseer. Increase status result, total loss of life. Simulation result, clean automated systems, and is ready for the next simulation. No plans available. Okay, so yeah, let's go solve a mystery. Should be easy enough. I guarantee the girl probably liked him and went in there to go give my smoochy smooch, which got her dosed with rads and all that fun stuff, so like something weird like that. Oh, I hear a magazine. Getting the lay of the land. Wow, what happened here? Wait, am I outside the vault right now, technically?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, so. Yeah, this is outside the experiment area, I think. Yeah, alright. Let's go back. May the Schwartz be with you. Just sitting there in the shower. Wait, how the hell do I get out of here? Oh, it's this way. Alright, what's this way? Inaccessible. I hear that magazine calling my name. A VTU jeans and jacket. Oh, that's fun. Maybe it's below. Study hard for America for your overseer. Oh wow. It's a lot of Mr. Handies, huh?
Ah, Overseer. I'm so glad you've stepped into this little mess of ours. I'm sure you'll resolve the matter swiftly.
Yep. Okay. I like the key to the reactor.
I'm afraid I can't really comply with that request, Overseer.
I'm in
The
full
reactor
power
is under
armor.
quarantine. The radiation could kill you.
I mean, you're worried too much. I know what I'm doing.
Very well. As long as you take all the necessary precautions.
Of course. Thank you. Ooh, free antibiotics.
How can I help?
Alright, tell me about your feud. Are you the only doctor
Oh
here?
no, there's a full medical staff. They're bandying about somewhere, as usual.
Now tell me
I
about the
don't
feud.
have a feud with Brass. He has a feud with me. I'm only doing my job, Overseer, looking out for the health of the vault. And I'm sorry to say that, in my medical opinion, the chief engineer is suffering from paranoia and revenge fixation. We can't let that fester.
Yeah, makes sense, Mark Hamill. Heard you quarantined the reactor and engineer died.
Oh, nasty business. But I'm not going to apologize for it. It had to be done. As doctors, we take an oath to do no harm. But sometimes, we have to choose between saving one life or saving several.
Makes sense. What do you suggest we do?
Simple. You can authorize me to place the head engineer under medical supervision. A combination of chems and therapy will do the rest. There might be some protest, but I think our combined authority will keep that to a minimum.
Sure, it could persuade Brass to come voluntarily, prevent any outrage from the other engineers. Yeah, that's just brainwashing.
Some treatments can seem horrible at first, but it's the welfare of the patients and everyone around them that we must concern ourselves with. But it's your decision, of course. Let me know if you want to discuss it again later.
Goodbye. What? No slam? Ooh. Alright, let's see. What's this one? Astoundingly Awesome Tales, Volume 1. Attack of the Fishmen. Filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. I'm gonna read this in the bathroom alone. Hey, look, they got they got power signals. I want to try it. All my armor went poof. Oh, it's back. I bet you I get to the end before you. Oh yeah? Guess who's winning? Gotta climb that mountain. I like that my hands don't go in the right spots on the grips, but yours do. Leg day. Get like a strength boost from doing this or anything? That's what I was wondering. I was like, I feel like there should be some kind of boost.
Team took the trophy home on this date in 1962. And now, some history. On this date in 1951, Rocky Marciano took on the Brown Bomber, Joe Louis, in a matchup of two of the sport's greatest titans. Few knew it at the time, however.
I am not
Louis
getting a
was
boost.
nearing the end of his career, and Rocky was
Let me try
merely starting
lifting.
it. Such is the
What? I
whimsy
can't
of time
lift?
that the two would never meet at their respective peaks.
Sam, it looked like you had the bomber doing the turkey trot out there like it's 2 days before Thanksgiving. How long before you realized that goose was cooked?
Joe Louis is a great champion and a great man. I have nothing but respect for him. It's just my time.
So what's next for you, champ? Are you gonna get a shot at the title? That's the way I see it, you got fire in those hands, and Jersey Joe's sweating gasoline.
Well, I still have a few more fights before I can get a title shot. But I'm looking forward to the challenge.
Marciano would go on to win those fights and every fight after, finishing his
I
career at
guess that's a
49-0 with 43 knockouts. But on that night, it was about two legends going on separate paths, occupying the same ring on this date.
overseer, huh? We'll see.
Okay. You got a problem with me?
Not yet.
Okay. Not a fan of conversation?
No.
Cool.
Don't care what security says. Dr. Loris had no right to quarantine the reactor. Leaving Kellerman to die? Murder. That's all there is to it.
That's not
I want
murder,
justice,
big
overseer.
dummy. Ah, so you haven't received your justice. Do you want me to arrest the doctor?
Half this vault thinks he did the right thing. You do anything to him now, that split will turn violent. I want
That's what
him
I was thinking.
exposed. Prove to everyone that he's the bad gear in this vault's engine.
Convinced. Perhaps a few carefully chosen words can convince Loris to confess his guilt. What's your plan, Matt?
Loris put on a good show when he quarantined the reactor area. But what if more happened than folks remember? A few selective edits to the security recordings, and we can make sure everyone sees Loris for what he really is. Now, I can't just waltz into the security office, but you could, being the overseer and all.
Wait, so you want me to lie? Yeah, framing someone's dumb.
You're out then? Fine. Hope your moral compass doesn't send us all careening off a cliff.
He's laying it on a little thick, but good on you for showing some integrity.
Yep.
There's a better way. We'll find it.
Thanks, Ma.
Yes.
What do you know about the
overseer?
missing girl?
Said it before. I want everyone to see him for the murderer he is.
Apparently I can't ask about the missing girl now. That's dumb. Let's see, if I was gonna stuff a body somewhere, where would I stuff it? Body stuffing. I like to stuff bodies in places. I don't think I checked over here yet, did I? Oh yeah, that's that. Over here. Definitely didn't see this before. Alright, time to wear my handy dandy suit. Jump out of my suit first. Oh. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, thanks, radiation here. That's a lot. I knew it! I was right! From the beginning! Fuck yeah, I'm so smart.
Dr. Loris's assistant.
I love him.
Snuck into the reactor to help Kellerman, but there's not enough time. The reactor is going to go critical. I'm dosing Kellerman with enough right away so he can finish fixing it. But
Good, so he saved
the
us all.
radiation is going to get us. At least the vault will be safe.
Adorable. What's this? What is this place? The fuck? Oh, it's another entrance. Okay, I was like, gift shop? Alright, well let me go solve the mystery and then we can come back over here, I guess. I am so smart. I am so smart. So I was wrong about the love angle, but I knew she was in here. That made the most sense. I had a feeling that no one was really at fault in that way. Tell. Robinson. Okay, so he's way up there.
Area secure.
Okay, I forgot to put my armor on. Darn it. It's taking an hour. Alright. Road leathers, Polly's head. I like how every time you go away, you come back with a different outfit on. Kept seeing you run out in one outfit, run back in another. That's funny. Alright, security chief.
Overseer?
Found Estella. She had this holotape on.
You found her? Poor lass. I'm guessing she didn't make it. Let's take a listen then. So she wasn't murdered. She was trying to save Kellerman. Two of them ended up saving us all. This is big news, Overseer. We take this to Brass and Loris, it could end the infighting for good.
Oh. Easy peasy. Gather them up.
Overseer. Everyone gather in the common area. We have an important announcement from the Overseer.
I bring good news. I am really good at my job. Where are the rest of them? Oh, it's just two of them. I guess that's cool. Oh, I gotta stay up there. Well, that's lame. I want to do it in person. Oh. Never mind, he was just being slow about coming down. Robinson. You slow ass.
What's this about, Robinson? I have charts to update.
Maybe the Overseers finally decided to throw your murderous backside in jail.
That's enough! The Overseer has discovered what happened to Estella. This holotape proves she went into the quarantined reactor area on her own. She and Kellerman saved the vault.
They worked together? Medical and engineering?
Oh, we've been fools.
Welcome to Vault Life,
Bickering
bro.
like two old men while the young ran off to solve our problems. It should have been us.
I actually agree with you there.
So that's it then? No more arguing? You'll both work under the Overseer's authority?
Yes.
Yeah. It's the right thing to do.
Good job. That's a solution any overseer should be proud for getting to. Everyone learns we have to work together.
You see Mr. Handy's kick out so much exhaust. Alright, cool. Bye.
Unidentified intruder detected.
Your mom's an intruder. I've seen her trying to steal my underwear again. Boop a doop a doop boop boop boop. Oh, hi. Fuck off. Two of us just kicked the shit out of him. I guess I wasn't in here before. Am I helping? Alright, I'm trying to move. I'm stuck. Oh, you got it. Okay. Fiberglass, strength in combat, some. Oh, it's this computer, Jay. Well, hi, Dean Computer. Fuck. Beam. Can I just say I'm smart? My understanding is that Hornwright is attending school primarily to party because he spends the majority of his time in the haze of marijuana, hence his absurd and hastily banged out proposal. However, his family connections make him a potential liability, so we will have to see how we handle this future training. Hollingsworth's proposal experiment has evolved beyond my wildest expectations. His initial proposal mirrored other successful food replacement schemes, and even showed a little imagination for once. I pushed him towards a more interesting experiment that should test the general willpower of individuals and how they react to deaths caused by a food supply. I tasted his paste, they're suitably horrible. So we're going to mass produce them and add arterial plaquing agent, you motherfuckers, that should cause rapid circulatory system decline. I expect a full-blown revolt within 2 weeks, and we should be able to end the experiment in the middle of week 3. So force them to fail. That's so dumb. Talk about Kobayashi Maru. Diced into pieces, shoved down the garbage disposal. I don't know why I didn't read that earlier. That's funny though. O'Rourke has proven to be persistent enough to convince me to grant her a small amount of funding for her thesis project to provide evidence of so-called cryptids. Should she prove the existence of existence and have appropriate data, this could be a major breakthrough that Vault-Tec can surely benefit from. If anything, it gets her out of my hair for a few months. Should she not return within her given time period, we'll need to find a team to locate wherever she holed up and retrieve any data for investigation. And safe control. Safe mechanisms unlocked. Ah, I could have just opened the safe. Oh, shit.
Well, it appears you passed the test, barely exceeding my low expectations.
How'd I barely exceed your low expectations? I even speed ran that shit. Like, I knew the answer from the 4th second I was in the vault, or something like that. From, like, within 30 seconds of knowing the situation, I knew what happened. I was wrong about the love angle, but I was still right about location. That's all that matters. We did what you asked. Now I need access to the restricted room.
Yes, I suppose we had a deal. You are officially a graduate of Vault-Tec University, entitled to access to all areas. Back down in the vault, Simulation space is a maintenance area. It conceals a secondary room that I believe will have what you are looking for.
It was almost good to see you again, Professor Bott.
Yes, Overseer, I suppose it was. Congratulations on one of your residents passing the program. You must be proud.
Actually, I am.
Yeah.
Afraid I don't have my
I am
own
really
cap
good
and
at what I
gown to
do.
share with you. Hopefully,
It's okay.
what we'll find in the restricted wing will be even better.
Come along. Alright, back to where we were.
Area secure.
This is it. Somewhere past this maintenance area is the restricted wing.
Ready for this, Overseer and Panda, wherever her invisible butt is. Someone shoot at me? Oh, you. Oh god, I hear Mr. Gutsy. This would be a lot better if it was automatic. Where are you, Mr. Gutsy? I'm gonna give you the death you've always wanted. Oh wow, I actually got downed. I forgot to look at my health this entire time. Oh, the Overseer's down too. This dude hits really hard. Panda, help. Oh, the Overseer gonna pick me up? No, she's just gonna stare at me like I'm an asshole. I went home to change my stats. Oh no. Well, that explains it. I was wondering, I'm like, usually she'd be here by now. The heck is she? Gonna dump me at the front entrance? Alright. Oh man, I bet your Gutsy hit hard as hell. He was only shooting like a 10 mil or something like that. The power armor stood no chance. Makes you sad that I was one shot from killing him. Realizing that hurt my feelings. situations are in place for a reason. Disabling them can lead to feedback loop can affect proctors. Okay. I don't know why I kept trying to read the word protectrons, but I'm like, that's not what that says. Which could lead to corrupted data. Requests. Please make sure that you hand your test ticket protocol forms to a professor in a timely fashion so that it gets tracked and scheduled. Remember, our external developers need significant lead time to deliver assets. Magnetic, downfield, space-time delimiter, interocitor, nitron beam, intelligence deaugmentation. It's a dumb beam. It makes you dumb.
In 1951.
Limit IQ 75. I'll get a chance to look.
Tonight we bring you a special report on a new thriving industry in Detroit. Here with me now is correspondent Sam
Goes
Harris.
into the vault unless
Now,
so
you
directed
spent
by
4
lead
weeks in the inner
proctor.
cities for this story. Is that correct?
Maximum emotional support.
did.
And what's your conclusion? Have the taxes on handguns had any effect when it comes to the situation on the ground?
None whatsoever, it seems. While increased costs have resulted in less gun purchases
Pre-existing
overall,
relations
I'm
with
happy
any
to
of the
report
test
the
participant
citizens
it
of
is their
Detroit
job to
have
apply
taken matters into their
procedures
own hands.
impartially and
What's this you have
decisively.
here?
It's what local gangs
Hearing our
refer to
friends
as
in
a
discomfort
pipe
or pain can be unsettling
Amazing!
and
And
may
it's
lead
built
to
entirely from parts found at your
under-prescribed
local
application
hardware
of test
store.
materials.
That's correct.
Similarly,
Just
it is
pipes,
only human to
springs,
take
and
pleasure
nails.
in the pain of
In
the
fact,
enemy
it's
or
not
next
just
lover.
materials you'll find at the hardware
As we
stores.
endeavor to
You'll
apply
often see foot
procedures,
soldiers
it
at
is
the junkyards,
unemotional
too,
and scientific.
finding new ways to turn scraps into shotguns.
Recycling old parts seems like it'd be good for the environment as
Staple
well.
stranglets.
The next time I throw away an
Untat
appliance,
infused
I can
water,
rest easier,
73%.
knowing it might
Jesus.
find a second
Raw
life as a
sewage,
murder
9%.
weapon.
90%.
Exactly right.
Carbon monoxide,
In Detroit,
100%.
I'd say it's almost
Flat S,
guaranteed.
100%.
You seem
Steam,
impressed by their ingenuity.
I am. As a firearms owner, it's just refreshing to see that even with
Oh,
the
it's you.
increased costs and
Thought someone was
barriers
shooting
to
at me
gun
again. I'm like,
ownership,
damn it.
nature finds a way.
Fantastic. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for this evening, but I want to thank Sam Harris for this special investigative report. Tune in tomorrow for our monthly series on flying saucers, truth, conspiracy, or hoax. And to Americans at
You
home and
wrote him.
abroad, we bid you
Oh.
good night.
He's peas. That sounds Mr. Gutsy's getting upset.
On this day in 1959, 2 years after the Russians sent a dog into orbit, the United States of America demonstrated their own aeronautical ingenuity by making Mr. Pebbles the first cat in space. Here's an explanation from NASA's chief director, Dr. Irene Braun, on why she chose a feline for this mission.
Well, we believe the independence displayed by the domestic cat made it a far greater candidate for spaceflight. We've all seen what happens when dogs are without their master. I think it's safe to say that poor Russian canine went insane from the thought of nuclear alone, with the Pebbles in contrast. Will feel more at home the further he gets away.
600 miles up, our intrepid feline joined the meteors in orbit, traveling at speeds of 18,000 miles an hour. A shocked Russian community could only look on in awe as America once again flexed its extraordinary might. Meanwhile, the President, the French Prime Minister, and other NATO leaders gathered in Paris to discuss the politics of the coming space age. Their decision? That 3 European nations would be armed with their own feline astronauts. Mr. Whiskers, Miss Pussy, and folk singer Cat Stevens, further strengthening
what
the
happened?
coalition's alliance in the years to come.
Are you down
But
too?
none of
Are
this
we
would
all
be possible
down?
Without the heroics of Mr. Pebbles,
Oh my
first
God.
cat in space, on this day in 1959.
Ah! Okay, I guess. I didn't know that. He freaking nuked.
Tomorrow night,
Oh my
15,000
God.
cheering fans will pack the arena in Boston.
Dang it, now I gotta run off and
Giant
back down there
basketball
again.
doubleheader.
It's the second time I've died in like 20 feet of that area.
Will be a modest 77-year-old man. Those fans won't know that he's made possible the game they're watching. But you're going to meet him now. Horizon Airlines has brought him here all the way from Lawrence, Kansas. Dr. James A. Naismith, the inventor
Just
of
straight up
basketball.
nuked.
Dr. Naismith, how did you happen to invent the game?
Well, Mr. Heater, it was the winter of 1891 when I was a physical instructor at Springfield College right here in Massachusetts.
Your
We had
left.
a real New England blizzard. For days, the students couldn't go outdoors, so they began roughhousing in the halls. We tried everything to keep them quiet. We tried tying them up. We tried showing them pornography. But they got bored with that. Something had to be done. One day, I had an idea. I called the boys to the gym, divided them up into teams of 9, and gave them an old soccer ball.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
showed
what that
them
led
2
to
peach
nothing.
baskets I nailed up at both ends of the gym. And I told them the idea was to throw the ball into the opposing team's peach basket. I blew a whistle, and the first game of basketball began.
And what rules did you have for your new game, Dr. Naismith?
Well, I didn't have enough. And that's where I made my big mistake. The boys began dribbling between their legs and doing things I never intended to happen. One boy grabbed the ball and dunked it in the basket before doing a celebratory dance. As you can imagine, I was mortified. When I added a rule to prohibit excess displays of emotion, the game went along much more smoothly. But, much to my dismay, the histrionics kept on. Some of the boys started making passes without looking and dribbling behind their back. It was
Oh,
only
wait.
a matter of time before the
I know
game
where we
became
are.
an outlet for this sort of exhibitionist behavior. The sort of thing we associate with deviancy and drug use. After that first match, I began to worry that
Acetone.
basketball was too exciting a sport for young men to play. But the boys kept nagging me to let them play again.
Anything
So
good?
I made up some more rules. The most important one being no dunking of the basketball or fancy dribbling of any kind. We tried the game out with those rules, focusing on the fundamentals, and nobody was shown up this time. We had a fine, clean sport. 10 years later, basketball was being played all over the country. And the whole thing was started with a couple of peach baskets
Ooh, another
and a
baseball
need for
grenade.
peace and quiet. It just goes to show you what you can do if you have to.
Indeed it does.
Made a funny sound.
Sensor alert. Anomaly detected.
Oh god, is this Ultron? No. No. Why is it lagging around like that?
Look at that. Never have you seen a chicken so tantalizing, so mesmerizing as this oven
It's like stuck.
from Spring Valley.
Hey, dog. Yeah, you stupid mutt. Come quick, you gotta see this.
It's the aristocrat of Avery.
Oh wait, I'm not
a
checking it yet.
perfection of poultry.
Don't go up there. Let's wait for it to explode first.
Destination is your dinner table.
It is gonna happen, right?
Looks good, doesn't it?
It sure does, Liz.
Alright, I'll go check.
How come it doesn't smell?
That's because it's sealed in this magic box, dummy. It keeps the flavor inside.
Ira.
So how do we open it?
Well, it's a
I thought it
magic
was
box,
legendary.
So you gotta open
Didn't
it
it
by
have the
saying
little
magic
stars
words,
things next to its
then
head?
smashing it with a magic anvil.
And a little
But I'm
crown?
a dog. I don't have an anvil.
Yeah, but you got that thick skull of yours. You ram it through that screen and we'll be eating chicken dinner in no time.
I don't know if I should listen to you, Whis, because you're the one who told me there were bones inside the master.
And I was right, wasn't I? Now you have more bones than you know what to do with.
That's true. There were a lot of bones inside them.
And there's plenty of chicken inside this magic
So
box.
much bones.
Trust me. Just break this glass here.
All right, here goes.
Maybe I'll make some mashed potatoes.
Huh. That's weird. I smell something.
Okay, now on
cooking,
to what we're
but
supposed to be
it sure
doing.
doesn't smell like chicken.
Side quests were rough. Crap. Wait, seriously? Oh, okay. I was like,
Me race again. I swear this time I'm gonna beat you.
Oh, you very well could.
good, Mr. Hare. The problem is you
Here,
keep taking a
this
nap
has to be
halfway through the race.
Let's see what they left
That
behind.
why I keep losing?
Oh yes, they say slow and steady wins the race. But the truth is, it's much better to be and awake.
Alright, let's say for a second I believe you. How am I supposed to stay awake when you keep boring me?
Well, have you tried not bringing your pillow along when you race?
The thought hadn't crossed my mind.
Well, it might help. And you should lose the sleeping bag too while you're at it. Also, is that a holotape?
Right, nothing here.
Why,
Shit
yes.
sucks.
It's a 10-hour...
Oh, wait. There's a projector. Other than that, this place still sucks. Tamp the
Keep an
button.
eye out.
Welcome, esteemed members of Congress and our armed services, to a very special Vault-Tec presentation.
Uh-huh.
Gold. This rarefied metal has been the backbone of trade since time immemorial. And in the event of nuclear war, this precious resource will once again become invaluable to rebuilding America's economic future. That is why Vault-Tec has been commissioned to build a different and very real vault. Named for the atomic number of the metal it will guard, Vault 79 will be the new home for all of America's gold
Interesting.
reserves. Fort Knox will secretly be retired and emptied. Its gold bullion transported to the new vault, where it will be safe behind Vault-Tec's top-of-the-line automated security. Biometric recognition to verify authorized personnel. Sophisticated laser grid field.
I like how it's talking as if we should be seeing this and it's not changing it.
In the unlikely
I
event
guess
of a
defensive
breach,
turrets.
military-grade defensive turret systems built in partnership with our friends at Robco. All of this, along with Vault-Tec's signature lead-lined containment walls, airtight construction, fusion power generators, and automated manufacturing facilities. Vault 79, a golden future for the America we all know and love. Brought to you by Vault-Tec.
I found Vault 79, didn't I, by accident? Or was that 97? I forget. Well, that was cool. There it is.
For once, the rumor mill gets it right.
Damn it.
There is a treasure in that.
Yeah, there is. Alright, I'll talk to you in a second. The fuck was that? Oh, okay. I thought there was something on the wall. It like lagged out after you shot the wall.
For once, the rumor mill gets it right. There is a treasure in that vault. All of America's gold reserves.
Gold. Not a security get pass. What's so important about the gold?
Not as much today, but that's just it. Put aside the base instinct of hoarding wealth. What could we do with a vault full of precious metals?
If everyone knew we had it, we could build a base to recommission trade. Establish our own currency.
Exactly. No more barter or wild, unregulated proxies. It won't happen overnight, but
Like
one day
caps.
we could have leverage to create a new economy. Property rights, taxes, laws, a government.
Do we really want another government, though? Look what happened with the last one. It just sounds like you want some gold-based empire. Vault-Tec must have planned all of this. They're still watching out for us. I really don't care about this gold or your plan to get it. Let's go.
We won't be able to do it alone. We need help. Even more importantly, we need people to buy in. To see that gold is their future. Fortunately, you just made contact with two large groups of people who both seem to have their own talents.
I think that's their way of saying you're going to have to eliminate one or the other. Settlers at Foundation know how to build things. Maybe they can dismantle them too. Hell, if you're going to break into something, why not ask a bunch of raiders? You don't need either of them. We should keep this within Civ 6.
Appalachia isn't just ours anymore. We need people whose talents aren't covered in the Vault-Tec training manuals. Look, talk to them both. See if they can help us. We can plan more once we know what all our options are.
It's kinda dumb. Why would we let them know what's inside the vaults? Come on! They're gonna want it. Actually be heard a little bit. Alright. So go back to talking to them. And this shortcut? Yeah, it is. Damn you, Sharktopus. Wait, now where? Oh yeah. I know where I am now. Wish the Protectrons at some point would have stood down. Just a little bit. I mean, we were a part of the school at that point, and they shouldn't have been trying to beat our ass. Still hungry. Bulking is so rough on my belly. Just ate like a whole thing of hummus earlier. And now I'm hungry again. Alright, so where am I? Two. Oh, there they are. Keep, which doesn't actually work, because it won't let me place my damn base anywhere. Yeah, next time I build my base somewhere, I'm never moving it. Just gonna find somewhere that works and call it a day. It's farther. I could just walk up north to this, to the crater. Or something. Maybe I will fast travel just 'cause I don't want to deal with not being able to run in a straight line. I really wonder how you have your stuff built so well that you can run around without power armor and you're fine. Like, you never seem over encumbered or anything. Oh, hey, look, ghouls. Oh, damn. I don't know if that was my bullet or this. I'm gonna go with it's your bullets that are killing these dudes super fast. But hey, look, a bobby pin. Lazy bones. Oh crap, there's more of them. Oh, maybe I can set my base around here. This looks pretty flat. Oh, I remember this area. This is by Grafton, right? Or the food place, yeah, okay. And then there's Morgantown over there. Alright, I'm gonna cross the river and find somewhere decently flat. Unless right here would work. Or actually, let me see if I can take the dam over here. You'll be like, this is mine now. And then I can play out my dreams of being Immortan Joe from Mad Max. Do not become addicted to water. Personal Hoover Dam. Exactly what I was thinking. As soon as I saw the dam on the map, I was like, ooh, Hoover Dam. Yeah, look at it. It's flat, small. What the fuck's a blood eagle? Still out of range? There we go. Ah, you melted. Stupid. I did get a new laser rifle. Go through them faster. Faster. That's preferable. Look at that shit. Alright. Let's take this dam. That's good. Place it. Boo! It's like it knew that people would want to build bases here.
What?
Oh shit.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Thought it just reloaded. See that cone grenade? Perfect. Oh, he's dead. Oh, hi, Mr. Giant the Silent. It's like being a turd biscuit. Yeah. Oh, I guess I'm overweight again. Charging laser sniper rifle. I think that's better than this.
Go ahead and hide, little bleeder.
Does not charge. Okay, how much damage does it do? 37. Here, 2. 51. Alright, I'll stick with the laser rifle. T-45. Ooh. P60, but I'll take it. At least I'll be able to look cooler. P51B. Alright, you know what? Maybe I will grab some of this stuff then. Because, yeah, like I said, the X-Facer stuff doesn't do what it used to do, which is kind of dumb. Oh, no, it's making me work on this one. See, but it used to be for lifting everything. It basically gave you plus 500 lifting, which was incredibly good. That's why everyone wanted it when the game first came out, because you couldn't carry crap. Like, you know what I mean? You'd have 3 minutes worth of scrap and suddenly couldn't freaking walk. That stuff used to be punishing. It'd force you to walk and stuff. I did have some T-51B, I'm pretty sure, earlier, but I kind of trashed it because I was like, fuck this. I was upset. Pull off these things. Have an extra right. Yeah, which one's better? 34. Oh, okay. Yeah, the 51 is better. Or why the fuck is there an extra chassis in my shit? Oh, I think I screwed myself. Alright, what am I missing then? Oh, it's got legs. So it's got the excavator legs. I gotta say, the 45 looks better. But, alright. It's got some right arm. Needs a left arm, right? No, it's got the T-45 left arm. Okay, so I guess that's everything. I'm literally in the middle of working on it, you dumb fucking game. You bastard. What the fuck? Just scrapped it while I'm literally messing with it. Or not scrapped it, but yeah. Shit. Is there a way to delete one of them? The chassis. Strap station. Give your currency so I don't strap the wrong one. Is there a way to do that? How do I do that? Ooh, actually, this should work properly. There we go. Okay, you were right. It worked. Modify. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. So it's already got the helmet. At least they made it so that the different armors are actually better now. Now I look like Captain America. I should change the legs too, actually. And then I'll repair everything. Oh, I seriously can't paint it? Man, it sucks. Oh, I'm still using those legs, so I guess I should shove it back on. Wait, did me pulling that off actually, like, ruin it? Oh my god, it did. I can't put it back on. Alright, whatever. Just not gonna think about it. We're up late or early? Early, technically. Like, I would normally be getting ready for bed here soon. But I figured since I didn't stream yesterday because I slept in, I'd stream this morning. Because, yeah, I work nights and stuff, so I'm normally already outie. pixel me. Wearing leather or something, right? Metal? I think it's some metal. Alright, let me just cheat and look. Chest piece is leaded metal. Let's start my day, turning brain to mystery mush. That's awesome. Why, what are you going to be doing? Oh, yeah, I forgot to repair the suit. Well, I'll be right there, Panda. We'll get back to doing things in a second. That's cool that we found some T-45 and T-51.
What?
Oh, shit. I think they're respawning. Easy peasy. People's taxes. Hopefully computer issues today I have to solve. That sucks though. I'm so glad I don't have to do anyone else's taxes but mine. Even nowadays, like, just gotta go to HR block. I'm just like, alright, do my taxes. Thank you. Alright, so if this is here, can I put my base somewhere? Also, what's that bleeping sound I keep hearing? I feel like that's nuke codes. Oh, it's this dude. It is nuke codes. There we go. Now he'll shut up. So I'm guessing I was too close to the dam when I wanted to build my base here. And this is too close to a big thing. Yeah, it's named Grafton Dam. Okay. So if I go this way, it might be better. Pays bills, time off during the year. Oh, true, yeah. Like, no hate on you for doing it. I just more like, it would mush my brain too, so I understand. Oh God, I think I forgot to put all the scrap away. Let me see if I can build my base first. Easy to move camp. Okay, so here on I can. Oh, like right over here might be good. First try today. Don't make me fight with this for 30 minutes. Just work. Oh, wait. It was there for a second. We had it. Didn't it ever let me build? like stuck. Can't do anything with it. Here, let me move this first. Ah, I forgot I can't jump. Alright, put you there. I'll just do it right on the street. Come on, man. You're the right color. Just let me build my base, you butthole. Man, this base building is butt cheeks. It used to be better because it would really let you build anywhere, but now it's like extra hard to get anything done. Alright, so maybe if I move the base down towards the rocks down where you are, that might work better. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Great minds and all that. Alright, so like if I put it here, right in the center, it should give us a lot of space to work with. Fireworks at the house. I was like, this is not the time to be hearing that. So, someone attacking my house? Oh, come on, bro. It's perfect. Just put it down. Maybe it's because I got the support joints there and I need to get rid of them or something. But you can't do that without having the building down, so... This game's fucking rude, man. Yeah, let me just go as high as I can. Damn. And, explain to me how to build a base, because you must know something I don't. Or did you just put it down, you never touched it? Let's try more this way. Put it down, never touched it. Yeah, that's a smart move. I've only been able to place it like 5 times. And then twice in the last like 3 weeks that we've been playing this. This is horse shit. Wish it would just give you plans and then you just start placing the objects where they need to be. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the best way to do it. Come on, let me build, man. It's right there. It's literally in the spot where you want it. Just toggle buildable object. Do that, that'll delete it. Come on. Come on, that is perfect. I literally can't make it any more perfect than that. Fucking that. It just makes that sound. I'm almost like tempted to just rebuild the base, like find somewhere I like and then just start from scratch. Like you could store all the pieces. It's like stuck. What is going on? Why can't I move? You never move more than one camp, so now there's no point in packing up. What do you mean more than one? Was there multiple camps back in the day? Like you can have two? I don't remember that. If I move over here, this like this. It's similar to the hill that I came from. I think I'm just gonna... Alright, screw it. Store all components. Alright, cool. I'll make a base later. I'm not gonna do it now. Not on stream. But also fuck this game. Constantly doing shit like this. Open the maps. Camp slots. Click to expand. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Additional slots available. Yeah, you're right. Camp 2. Man, you know how much work I had to put into making that base in the first place, and the fact the game's just like, ha, fuck you. Makes me so friggin' mad. Oh yeah, where was I going before I tried to do all this? I'm just gonna fast travel to the crater.
Our documentary on the mating habits of humans. I planned on listening to it after I built up a big enough lead.
See, Mr. Hare, I've seen humans mate, and that'll put you to sleep for sure.
You do make some good points. But I gotta ask, why are you helping me? What's your angle?
Oh,
Over
just trying to keep things
come
fair and
on.
square is all.
How much crap am I carrying?
You to race, aren't you?
Yep.
397 out of 225. Like, so when I removed that thing off the leg, I fucked my entire...
Everything's just how I remember. There's Dot's Diner, right next to the old drugstore. The people are the same, too. There's Bill the barber, Martha the grocer, and Charlie the racist, allegedly. I guess they still haven't proven those costumes were his. And frankly,
If I do this,
you probably never will. That's
where does this put my weight?
changes in Springfield.
How heavy am I?
Connie,
Still 397.
it's good to have you back. Where have you been?
That means I don't get a strength bonus. And it wouldn't let me put the mod back on. I didn't know you'd lose it when you remove it. Thought I'd be able to move it from one leg to another.
I felt
Or,
homesick.
you know.
And you just hopped a plane back here?
Yeah.
Well, you probably should have given your family some warning. Given them time to prepare for your homecoming.
Why? I thought they might like it if I surprised them.
Really, that's not a good idea. You should call them first. Why don't we use the phone over here?
Now you're acting strange. Why should I call them first? What's going on?
I don't know how to tell you this, so I won't. Why don't you go home and talk to your sister?
Give me all that spoiled meat.
Connie? What are you doing?
Yeah, dysentery.
You call?
Don't come near my my power armor. It's gonna stink.
Well, no, not usually. But after the drugs and the mental institution, we thought...
What drugs? What institution? I've been in Costa Rica.
Oh, Connie, your doctor said you might have delusions. Things to fill the gaps in time. I mean, did you even point out Costa Rica on a map?
Sure. It's right next to Arizona somewhere.
Oh god, I killed myself from eating so much.
Where's Dad?
I just like drank all the Nuka Colas. I died of diabetes.
I murdered him?
I wonder if it'll let me respawn up there then.
Is that what caused me to lose my mind?
Nope.
No.
God damn it.
You were actually dealing with it quite well. But then you started making advances at Sam.
What's wrong with that? Sam's a good-looking man.
Sam's a girl, and your sister. And she's been dead for 7 years.
Oh no. Was it me? Did I kill her? Did that put me over the edge?
That, or the pills, or that weird cult you joined. Look, the point is, it's really awkward.
Oh, I still got the rads. That's funny.
To you every time.
Effects.
If you called, I could have
All the effects. I am very fully fed.
He went fishing, huh?
Unstable isotope. Chance to irradiate melee attackers.
Kill him. It's the same old
Oh my
story
god,
in
my
Springfield.
character looks ghoulified.
Everything's just how I remember.
Wait, let me jump out. Wonder if I look any different. Helmet. Oh, I don't look any different. But in my Pip-Boy, I look like a ghoul. So. Right away.
Oh, you, Mr. Folsom?
Something I can help you with, ma'am?
You haven't heard? It's in all the papers. They say I murdered someone.
I see. And you need a lawyer to defend you?
Why, yes, but no one will take my case.
So that's why you came to me.
Well, not really. The court appointed you. I was told you're my public defender.
Ah, the good old Sixth Amendment. Right to counsel. Remind me to thank the Founding Fathers for keeping me employed.
Are you familiar with the details of my case? Do you think I can win?
Well,
How'd I gain weight? I'm at 390 now. I thought I had. I thought I had more than that. I was buff out too. Plus 2 to my strength.
No, don't be silly.
Buff tats. So 250. Psycho tats.
Please rise. The court of the Second Judicial Circuit Criminal Division is now in session. The Honorable Judge Rayburn.
Wait, I got legendary cores. What are those for?
Jury may be seated. Defense, call your first witness.
The defense calls the witness Lily Adams to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, Miss Adams, if you might state your occupation.
I'm a maid for Mr. and Mrs. Watkins.
And you were there the night Mr. Watkins was murdered?
Yes, I saw Mrs. Watkins do it with my own eyes.
I see. Miss Adams, can you do me a favor and tell me how many fingers I'm holding up?
Mr. Prosecutor, how dare you insult me with such an obscene gesture?
No, Miss Adams. The correct answer is 2. 2 fingers.
That is not the point.
Oh, it's exactly the point. Now, I may be just a simple country boy from a backwoods dumpster, but I know my
Onto
ABCs
items.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay.
And if
Neat.
Miss Adams can't
Didn't know
even
that.
see how many fingers I held up, how could she be sure it was my client who committed the murder?
Okay. How much do I weigh now? 380, but I can carry 255.
So, life without parole, huh?
Yeah, it's a damn shame, considering the key witness was blind.
I'm sure you did your best, Mr. Folsom.
I did, didn't I? Hell, she'd probably be in the electric chair if it weren't for me.
Best to take solace in the small victories.
Thanks, Jim.
I guess we
One
just
day
have
I'll
to
know
run
what
until
that's
I
like.
find somewhere.
But anyways, enough about the case. What can I do for you?
Yes, can you fill up my tank and check the oil?
Oh yeah,
Sure.
directly on the west. Train station. So tired of always being over encumbered.
Honey, do you mind setting the table?
Sure, but we need to talk first. I'm afraid I've got some.
Oh dear, what's wrong?
I got laid off today.
Oh no, that's terrible. Did you at least get a severance?
Not a dime.
Well, chin up. It's not the end of the world. I'm
Losing
sure
weight.
you'll be back on your feet in no time.
I've been
The
fired
fun
from
way.
3 straight jobs. The word's gotten around.
Did you shoot it out of the air?
Gonna hire me now.
Oh, that's so cool.
We have our life insurance policies. It's not an endowment.
Pull.
It's something.
$200 is gonna.
Pull.
One of us has to die.
Hey, where are you? Alright, stand right here. I'll throw one to you. See if you can shoot it out of the air. Let me find somewhere where I can stand clear.
I'd be lost without you.
There we go. Alright, 3, 2, 1. That's so cool. That's awesome.
Well, Mr. Trent is your insurance out there. To be honest, this whole affair is mighty suspicious. You lose your job, your bills are piling up, and the very next day your wife disappears.
I don't like where you're. Are you saying I killed her?
Maybe. No, she could have left. Maybe the two of you are working together. Either way, I have 7 years to find out. That's 7 years before a missing person is presumed dead, Mr. Trent. Do you think you can hold out for that long?
Actually, most murders are solved within 48 hours.
Are you admitting you murdered your wife?
I wasn't talking about my wife.
Mr.
Throw
Trump,
some of
you know
these.
why we're here, don't you? First your wife goes missing, and then the insurance auditor.
How many are left?
Case.
I don't see what's so strange about it. People disappear
I got 3
all
left.
the time.
Maybe so, but you took out a life insurance policy on both your wife and the auditor. Now the wife I get, but according to our records, you'd never even met the auditor before.
So
Oh my head, even heavier. 362 pounds carry. God, what's going on? How'd I gain weight?
Young and in good health.
I wasn't talking about the auditor.
What else can I do to drop weight?
Did you hear what happened up in Redwood 7 years ago? An entire
Say
town
some
disappeared
lines.
without a trace. People thought it was haunted. There were no witnesses.
Suffering
no
water
bodies.
loss from dysentery.
No one there to figure out how the whole thing went down. So when you told me a customer wants to cash in multiple policies over $1 million, first thing I did was look up the addresses. And guess what? They're all from Redwood. It's been 7 years, which means none of them were presumed dead until today. But what I don't understand, Barry, is who turned these in. I've been here all morning. I haven't seen a single customer walk through those doors.
I wasn't talking about the customer.
Haha. Stupid. Ah, shit. Killed myself with the mine. I was about to pick it up, too. Thank you.
Listen, Daddy, you've got to get me off this island. It's
Gasol.
inhumane.
I'm sorry, Phil, but the state says there's no room for you in a normal prison. I realize it could be difficult living under these conditions, but look at the bright side. You've got a lot more space than the boys in solitary.
It's not the space, Daddy. It's the loneliness. I feel like I'm losing my mind on this godforsaken rock.
I know. Every time I bring you supplies, you'll look more and more.
Oh, I ran the wrong direction this whole time. Oh, God.
I'm surprised you haven't killed yourself.
Just do something. Talk to the state. Let them be departed.
I'll try. try, Phil. I don't think it'll happen. Not until the public outcry subsides. So in the meantime, I brought you something else that I think might help you along. In fact,
Oh, I thought that was a ghost that went by for a second there. I was like, there's ghosts. Recoil on this thing is stupid.
Danny, you're back!
yes, Phil, and I've
It's
got good news.
It's too far away.
The Supreme Court ruled your imprisonment unconstitutional. You've been granted a full pardon. You're free.
Wow. After all the time, I'm free. Oh, that's... What are we waiting for? The three of us will get on a ship and head straight home.
Three of us? What do you mean by that?
Why, you, me, and Lily, the companion you gave me last...
Oh my god. What have you done? Tina's still here?
Yes. And we're getting...
Hey, leveled up.
Damn it, Phil.
Oh
You're
shit.
supposed to kill it, not
I
fall
didn't
in
mean
love
to do
with
that.
it.
What?
I thought that was just a
Why
door
would I
that
wanna
opens.
kill the only other person on this island?
She's not a person. She's a robot. I brought her here to challenge you and to keep your survival instinct intact. And perhaps, if necessary, put you out of your misery.
Alert level elevated.
But none of that matters now. You're free. But if you bring that machine on board, she could turn hostile and sink us all. Not to mention, she's probably completely insane.
Engaging at minimal distance.
After all, she's been on this island with you.
Analyzing hostile.
How dare you speak
Calculating
that way
kill
about my
possibility.
wife?
Phil, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to put her down.
No! You can't!
Stand aside, you fool, before she...
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. All this looting is why that I'm constantly overweight. Oh, thank God. Scrapping station. Thank the gods. Kratos is kind today.
Must have been nothing.
'50s do weigh a ton? Okay. That's what I thought, but like, shouldn't be weighing this much. I can barely carry anything else. How much does it weigh? Yeah, it's only 18 pounds. The real one's like 70. You know how much weight we're saving on this thing? Everything I would need. If I have a stash, that would be perfect. Oh.
Such puny bits.
Even hip firing, this thing has some ridiculous recoil. I think it's supposed to be a 30-30 turn into an SMG mixed with like a Thompson.
Tell you what, why don't you let me play? Every day I give up, I'll buy you a quarter-pounder and milkshake at the diner. But if I throw no hitter, you owe me a dinner and a movie.
You drive a hard burger, Jenny. All right, let's go.
Right on! Right!
Enjoy that mine. Pizza.
Jenny, you're great. Where'd you learn to pitch like that?
Right, spitball.
Wow, you hate Mrs. Quackenbush too? You went to the school style that way. That was a deal. Whatever comes.
I believe you owe me a steak.
Ew, no one said anything about a date.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not leaving out dinner. I specifically said dinner and food.
I don't know, Jenny. You may be a good but that's a different story.
Tell the cake to finish if you come back here this year.
It's the recoils all over the place.
What you doing there, Slick? Starting a lemonade stand. Oh yeah? How much for a glass?
5 cents.
Hey, finally killed that guy. Alright, I got 2 mags left.
How'd you make it?
Well, it's made of sugar, water, and one special ingredient. My little brother's tears.
You out of your mind?
No, I'm just doing like my mom and dad told me. They said, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Problem is, life hasn't given me many lemons. But my brother is another story. He's practically a lemon factory.
What happened to him?
Well, for one, he has an older brother that's a real jerk and beats him up all the time. It's kind of a raw deal, I know, but it's in the older brother contract. I've got an obligation.
So, what happens if your brother
The
toughens
last
up?
one's
He
shooting
won't
at
be
us.
crying forever.
Oh, there's lots of other options.
Oh, there he is.
Like the used car my Uncle Herman got last month. My mom says it's a real lemon.
Finally out of
So
ammo on
next time
that.
he changes his oil, I'm gonna try putting some of the leftovers into my next batch.
I don't know, Slick. Why not try actual lemons?
Well, my parents say I also gotta think outside the box. That's the only way I'm gonna get rich. Problem is, when I went to the market,
Close but no cigar.
all the lemons were in boxes. Not a single one outside of it.
That's a damn shame. It does give me an idea,
What's
though.
the ammo out of?
What if you bought those lemons, but instead of putting them in a box, you put them in something else? Like a can.
That's a swell idea, Allie. But where are we gonna get cans from?
Motor oil cans, you dummy. For your uncle's lemon.
Oh gosh, I didn't think of that. That's a lemon in a lemon. We could charge double for that.
Surprised you can even throw that far. Well, you know, strength like what, 16? I can do anything. Or maybe it's 20. I forget what I maxed out as. Let me see. Oh yeah, my strength's 10. I am the lord of the throwing. I'm just gonna sit on this for now, and then I'll do the things with it later. I'm not gonna decide what perks I want now. The fuck was that? I like that the game's like illegal to, or allergic to letting you jump like 30 feet down.
Who's getting married?
That's none of your beeswax. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. That girl you like, Mary, she and Bobby Thompson are getting hitched.
Mary and Bobby? The school bully? Myrtle, that does hurt. It hurts a whole bunch.
Sorry, I meant to say it wouldn't hurt me.
Well, we gotta break them up.
Break
My
up
future
whatever
depends
guns I
on
picked up off them.
You could try poisoning the wedding cake.
Myrtle, you scare me sometimes. I was thinking of something less, I don't know, evil?
Oh, fine. What if we made it so the groom saw the bride before the wedding? You do that, and the marriage is destined to fail.
So an unhappy marriage, followed by a
Damn, I got like a whole
divorce, huh?
skeleton off those
Not
guys.
ideal, but I'll take it.
All right, the wedding is gonna happen near the jungle gym at 2 p.m. Mary's gonna go down the slide and take the monkey bars to the altar. All you gotta do is convince Bobby to chase you to the slide before then. He's sure to see Mary along the way.
How do I do that?
Make fun of his mama or something, I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna do that now.
Do something cool with this gun. This laser rifle actually kinda rocks.
You were talking to? Hey, Mary, that was George all right. He's heading on over to the playground to pick a fight with Bobby.
Bobby? I don't like him. What are they fighting over, anyway?
Dunno. Say, wanna have a pretend wedding?
Sure, sounds like fun.
Great, take these flowers, I'll go get a priest.
Burning damage. Pure rate of fire.
Hubris Comics presents the one, the only, La Phantoma. By day, she's a court stenographer, earning a modest living. But by night, she's the master of disguise and mimicry known as the Phantom.
Did you hear, Felicia? Someone robbed millionaire Rex Ruthless, disguised as his favorite prostitute. Do you think it might be the Phantom?
I wouldn't know, Your Honor. I'm just a lowly stenographer. By the way, I've bought you a gift for your birthday. A gold watch.
Why, thank you. Although I think your engraver got it wrong. The initials say R.R.
Of course. It stands for Righteous Richter. Richter means judge in German.
I didn't know that. Are your ancestors German?
Sure, whatever. Now, what does the papers say about this Phantom?
Well, they say she's a master thief and a skilled impersonator. Some say last night's job was just a warm-up. They say the real target are the crown jewels, which arrived from London last week.
The crown jewels do sound lovely. Thank you, Richter. I'll see you tomorrow.
Let's try the reflex scope.
That was almost too easy. You'd think the crown jewels would be better guarded.
Oh, but they are, my purple purloiner.
I should have known you'd show up. The dark rodent in the flesh. Or in the fur, I suppose. Although I guess I was right the first time. You're not actually a rodent. You just smell like one.
And don't forget me, his ward, Falcon Boy.
Oh,
I made a
right.
thing.
You.
Oh, it sucks.
You know, Falcons technically eat
Taking the
rodents,
sight off
so
of it.
I don't think that's a good name for you.
It's 1,000 times better than La Phantoma. Those aren't even words.
Actually, it's Spanish for the Phantom. Anyways, I'm not arguing with you. You are clearly an idiot. As for you, Dark Rodent, it seems you left your good sense in your other utility belt.
And what makes you say that, my villainous vixen?
Because you're a vigilante.
Yeah, that's a lot
and
cleaner.
you don't have
Alright,
the
I'm ready.
authority to arrest me.
What were we
If
doing?
you serve as
Before I get all
witness to my
distracted.
trial, I'll have your testimony thrown out.
Oh yeah,
on
heading
account of
west.
it being a
To go, or now we have to go south to go drop a bunch of shit.
Do you think she has a job there?
Damn it, Falcon Boy. How many times do I have to tell you not to use my real
We're actually
name?
supposed to do something
I'm
here?
sorry, Bruce. I mean, the Dark Rodent.
It's alright, just don't do it again. Now, where was I?
Actually, she escaped while you were yelling at me. And now the cops are on their way. Should we let the commissioner know what happened?
No, it's like she said. We're technically criminals, too. In fact, we'd better get out of here. To the Batvertible.
REI Motion Pictures presents
Damn, dude.
The Maltese Mutant.
Blew the upper
Hard-boiled
part of his head
detective
off.
story about crime, murder, and the pursuit of justice.
And we just
Our
keep
story
going.
begins in an old bar in the shadows of Gotham.
So I just ran through
Crime
that building.
is rampant
T60.
and
Wait, where'd you find
corruption even
T60?
more so. But
What?
somewhere in the stink of backroom deals
I'll come back to you when the done at this loading
catches a
screen.
whiff of something familiar. A lead.
You the man they call the Nose?
Now, is that any way to address a gentleman?
I asked you a question, Cox.
And I mean to answer it, all in due time. But first, I want you to sit down and have a drink.
I prefer to stand.
You're a contrarian, what you are. If I tell you to use the toilet, you drop one right in your
Dang it, I got less rounds because I'm using it like this. Alright, maybe I should change the capacitor after this.
Why is that?
Because I believe alcohol is the only thing that makes a man honest. Also, if I need to make a run for it, it would help if your knees were wobbly.
Fine, but I don't drink brandy.
And why is that, detective?
Brandy is my ex-wife's name. And now you've made me depressed. Before I walk out that
Really
door,
wish
buy
you'd
myself
reload
a
while we're
drink.
moving,
For you to know
character.
that
I am hurt.
Well, my partner, the inspector, said you had some information for me.
I do. It's all on this bar here, as well as the stack of napkins next to it.
That's got to be like 100 napkins. You're writing a novel, Nose?
Yes, a crime. Although some might call it a confession. Also, you're not an assortment. The order was lost when I dropped them. clumsy
Alright.
fingers, you see.
Where's
Side
that
effects of
T60?
Too much brandy.
Too much brandy would mess with any man's head. Believe me, I know. But all right, I'll read your shitty novel. But it better not have any red
Your shitty
herrings.
novel.
As a detective, I find them to be pointless plot devices.
Oh, you had it on
I
me.
assure
Okay.
you, there
Found
are
you.
no red herrings in this tale. Mutants, yes. But herrings, no.
Come back
Glad
out
to hear
then.
it.
And did your partner tell you I wanted something in exchange?
He mentioned something to that effect. What do you want exactly?
Well, it's regarding that case you worked last
Kind of miss the
year.
old stuff
about the
where
dead
I'm not saying
girl
you
in
could
the
dupe,
park.
but
Is it
you
true
could jump
were
from server to
suspended?
server
That's right.
and
For
just
contaminating
grab whole
crime
parts of
scene. The chief threw me out for tossing my
power
cigarettes
armor.
on the body.
Just
Something
go to
about
where you find
forensics or some
one,
other
and then you
intense
just
bullshit.
swap servers like
And I
8
told him a
times
real
and see what you
detective
get.
doesn't need science to solve crimes. He needs a shot of whiskey, a dame in his arms,
What's
and window
this?
blinds to let the shadows scatter across his face when he kisses her.
I see. And is it also true you touched the murder weapon without even using your glove?
Sure, I had to get a feel for it, get in the murderer's head, so to speak. Then the chief threw a fit, said everything I did was against the rules. And when I told him where to stick his rules, he suspended me without pay.
If you're suspended without pay, what do you do for money?
I don't do anything. That's why I'm going to need you to pay for this drink.
Don't touch that dial. You found the best radio station in Boston. Atomic Radio.
There we go. We're starting to look cool.
He had received a book courtesy of the mysterious man
Thank
known
you, Panda.
only as the Nose. As our hero combed through his poorly written novel, he realized that the book itself was a lead, a guide to finding a coveted artifact known as the Maltese Mutant. He was about to set out on a journey to recover the piece when a knock came at his door.
Hello, Brandy.
Sprint.
Hello, Detective.
What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be busy teaching some private eye how to whistle?
Like I've always said, Detective, it's not that hard. You just put your lips together and blow.
I already knew that, long before I ever met you.
Do you? I've never actually seen you do it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you want, we can practice in front of the mirror.
I know how to whistle, damn it.
My.
I know how to whistle, damn it.
Looks like I struck a nerve.
I think I killed
I'm
it.
tired of dealing with all you femme fatales. You know what that means, right? I looked it up in the dictionary.
I'm sure you did.
It says right here, an attractive and seductive woman who brings disaster to any man that touches her. Disaster, Brandy. That's Webster's words, not mine.
Sounds like Webster has a bone to pick. That's hardly an accurate description of our relationship.
I don't know. It sounds pretty spot on to me. As far as I'm concerned, the
What's it
only thing
like
missing
working
is
for
your
Nuka
picture.
Cola
Now, what do
while
you
I'm
want?
waiting for my AP to recharge?
All right. You ever hear of the
Just
Maltese
waving at me.
Maybe. What's it got to do with you?
A friend of mine wanted
It's good.
and he's willing to pay handsomely.
This friend, he wouldn't happen to be your bookie, would he?
Oh, Detective, you know damn well I gave up gambling
One of
years
these
ago.
days I should
Why
just
is
send
that?
you one of my old
I made
mics.
a bad bet on a certain detective. You never did find out who killed my sister, did you?
I would have if the chief didn't suspend me for insubordination. Seems like I got a knack for that sort of thing.
What if I were to pay you directly? Do you think you can find the guy
Thanks,
who's your
Nuka.
friend?
Of course,
Thank you.
But I don't work in what if, sweetheart.
You're so
If it's and
nice.
buts for candy and nuts. Well, I forget how the saying goes, but the point is, children are too stupid to know you have to pay for candy. That's what justice requires, sugar. Cold hard cash.
There it is.
And what do you think I'm gonna
Right
sell
over
the
there.
mutant for? Nuts? Really, Detective? I'm beginning to wonder if you're losing your edge.
I'm the same damn man I was when we met. I can whistle just as good as anybody else.
Can you? Prove it then. Whistle for me, Detective. It doesn't have to be a good one. I'll sell for a gust of hot air.
Later. First, I've got to track down this mutant.
I think this one has the legendary stuff I used earlier, so I'm gonna dump the armor I'm not using.
You're listening to Atomic Radio, the #1 AM station in all of Boston.
After a brief interruption with his ex-wife Brandy, our hero continues his search for the Maltese Mutant, an ancient artifact said to be worth millions on the black market. The search brings him to a private boat named Destiny, where that very thing awaits him.
Brandy, what are you doing here? I thought we agreed I was the one who'd find the mutant.
You don't get it, do you? There is no mutant. I was the one who wrote that novel. And if you actually read it, you'd know I brought you out here to kill me.
In my defense, the novel was terrible. No sane man would have made it past chapter 3. Now put the gun down. You don't know what you're doing.
Screw you, Detective. You didn't think I'd let you kill my sister and get away with it, did you?
I don't know what you're talking about, Brandy. In fact, I think you're full of yourself. And by that, I mean full of brandy, the alcohol.
I know what you mean. God, stop explaining things so you don't have to. I've always hated that about you.
I can't help it. I'm a detective. Exposition's in my blood. But you're wrong about me. I didn't kill your sister.
Then why were your fingerprints all over the murder weapon? That's right. I have a friend at the station, and he showed me the report.
You got it all wrong, Dane. Yeah, my prints were there, but that's because I picked it up at the crime scene.
And why on earth would you do that?
Like I told your pal, the nose. I needed to get a
'Cause
feel
I'm
for
an
what the
idiot.
murderer was thinking.
You expect me to believe that? What kind of idiot would deliberately put his prints on the murder weapon?
A detective, Randy. Not one of those phony types they got working the cases now. The real kind who can solve a crime based on
Do they have a weapons workbench here? Also, what do I do with all the legendary point thingies I got here?
Saying I know you killed her. I knew it from the day I picked up that knife and all those feminine hormones started flooding my brain.
I would never kill my sister. I loved her.
Not you, Randy, but the other you. You never realized there were two of you in that brain, did you? Multiple personalities, triggered only by drinking the one drink that bore your name. But I did, and that's the Randy I broke up with.
So, you finally figured it out. But if you know I killed her, then you also know I have to pin the murder on someone else. And who better than you, detective?
I can think of at least 6 other people, Randy, but it doesn't matter. You think you're in control, but I know my wife's in there. And those are her fingers on the trigger, too. She'd never pull them. Randy, what have you done?
You were right, detective. I couldn't kill you. But I could still kill her.
Hold on, I'll find you a doctor.
It's too late for that now. But if you could do one thing for me.
Anything, sweetheart.
Whistle for me, detective.
Just whistle, you piece of shit.
Before I go.
You know damn well I can't. I have no idea how people do it. It's like some kind of alien trick.
Maybe you could try with your fingers or something.
Yeah.
Rusty pick. Okay. So.
Stock up now while supplies are available.
Yeah.
Look, it would help if you didn't take 20 minutes to
Goodbye,
let me interact
Goodbye,
with you,
Randy.
jerk. Suck that.
Resupply here, citizen.
Is the electromagnetic shielding up? Without it, the machine might malfunction.
It's up. That'll help much, given the other dozen or so parts fell in its place.
What are you doing over there? I see like explosions or something.
Available here.
Dr. Jones, I'd like to think of the 20 years that we've been together, I've given you a lot. I've given you my time, my sweat, and my expertise. I even gave you my secret recipe for banana bread. Not that you'd know how to use it, but the one thing I won't give you is my enthusiasm. Not
Be
when you
sure
choose to risk your life for this experiment.
Risk is a part of life, Doctor. You take a risk when you eat your sugar bombs in the morning, when you drive your Corvega, and when you cheat on your husband. Every second is a dice roll. The only saving grace is that you have
That's
some
everything except for all the random guns I'm
But when it
carrying.
comes to nuclear war,
Now
radioactive
missiles.
fallout, and the end of days, you have no choice. Your fate is left in the hands of 2 men with their fingers on the button, and you know there's only a matter of time before one of them pushes it. That's why we built our own machine, with our own button. One that will send me back in time, and when you press it, nothing will ever be the same.
I know they have a weapons workbench around here somewhere. Just want to tweak the capacitor a little bit. You're gonna make me run all the way around like the jerk you are.
All right, Dr. Jones, you have my attention.
I swore there was one
What
around
is
here.
this urgent
What's in
message
here?
you wish to relay?
Mr. President, I want you to take your finger off the button.
I'm sorry, but what button?
You know which one. The one you use in the event of an invasion. The button that fires the nukes.
Dr. Jones, you do realize there isn't an actual button, right?
243 pounds.
Dr. Jones,
Hmm.
there's no big red button to fire a nuclear arsenal. The generals, they make a recommendation, then I give the authorization to launch.
You're wrong, Mr. President. I'm positive there's a button somewhere. And with the way things are going,
Now how's
it's
my
only
weight?
a matter of time before you push it. I know these things because...
Alright, so what I'm seeing is I need to just find my favorite weapons and carry nothing else. But also, hopefully I don't fill up my
Because
thing.
I'm a time traveler.
Dr. Jones, that is quite frankly the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
And yet it's the truth. Listen to me, Mr. President. Do not press the button.
I think I've heard quite enough. I'm gonna have to ask you
This
to leave.
anymore. Water weapons away for now.
So,
Alright.
how'd you
Carrying
go?
bare minimum.
I couldn't
186.
I went to a dozen critical points in history.
Okay, where are we going?
As far back as the invention of the button itself.
We were going north to Crater. Finally. Fucking A.
Not even your husband.
That was like a 40-minute adventure just to get, like, lose some weight.
After I told him about the affairs and the drugs, he would... Well, it doesn't matter. I'm beginning to think the past can't be changed, which means we have no choice but to accept this future.
So,
Appalachia,
what do we do
looks
now?
like your
All
little
we can do is
inoculation
hope. If the
worked
president
like a
doesn't know
charm.
where the button is, it's
We've
possible
established
they'll
your
never get the
usefulness,
chance
but
to
don't
press it.
mistake our gratitude for
Your ignorance,
hospitality.
Dr. Sanders.
Yet
It's
here
humanity's
you are.
greatest weakness.
That tells
and
me you're
its
not here
saving
just to
grace.
waste my time. You want something. It must be important, else you wouldn't be barging in here like you run the place.
You run this place. I'm the biggest, baddest raider that decides to be good. There is on the side of the Rockies.
My guess is somewhere between indifference and terror.
Pretty sure the Rockies to the west of the Appalachians, so it works. I'm on this section.
I don't like making bold predictions.
Alright, the treasure here in Appalachia, it's real, and Vault 79, it's like the...
Well, is it Mr. Pebbles one too?
Good thing those settlers
Pussy?
haven't learned that
He
yet.
prefers to
Well,
be
if that
called a
don't pique my
feline
interest,
American, but
please
that's
go
besides
on.
the point. It's
So
true,
what
Miss-
exactly, pray tell, is inside this Vault 79?
Gold. All of it.
You playing with me,
Beautiful.
fool? You better out with it before you try my patience. What's in the vault?
Fine. The gold.
This is a fascinating turn of events, ain't it? The things I could buy with that gold. You know, I heard rumors about it round here. Of course, the last sucker who tried to use the location of the trove as a bargaining chip is still dangling from a wire outside as we speak. Liars get wires, you dig? So let's pretend for a moment I don't believe you. What you got to convince me?
Nothing.
Believe they're all dead. David, Margie, Freddy.
By my count, you've got serious supply shortage. Can you afford not to trust me? Damn.
You ain't
Going
wrong.
for the savage.
Getting into one of them vaults sure would set us up for a while.
Don't they know we were here
About the
first?
Brotherhood. You'd think if anyone could finish off the Scorched.
Alright.
Shit. You know
got
I
some
could just kill
schematics.
you and take this, right? You got a lot to learn before you can roll with us, 7-6.
Yeah, but if I just kill you on the spot, nobody has it. Try something and I'll break you in half. Well, that just sounds like we're propositioning her for a good time. It doesn't sound like we're actually threatening her properly. You really wouldn't do that, would you? I guess that's the risk I'm willing to take. Here to learn from the best. I'm not stupid. Why do you think I haven't given you the location of the vault yet?
Ooh, I like the cut of your jib. Maybe there is hope for you. Toss
He
it
really
up on
is
the board and let's see
flirting
what you
with me.
got here.
Wait, so
You want something? You
if I talk to her all the way, do I get to talk to them, or am I making the choice right here, right now? Choice later. They'll tell you. Okay, cool. That's what I was worried about. Display the plans for Meg. Okay, where? Sit on the board. Where's the fucking board? Sit down. Oh, pfft, duh. Sorry, I was blending in with the color from the light. Alright, so you come in here, then you just shoot all this, and then you're done.
Alright, alright. Seems pretty legit.
All the scratched out bits are for. Are you cool?
I assume you're coming to me because we got the skills to get into this here vault. But you know,
Got
we
bodies
ain't
that
gonna
eat
do
up
this
the
out of
turrets
goodness
ammo.
of our hearts, baby doll. Oh no, no. I'm gonna expect a
I
significant
want to see if I can
cut
get
of the
both
goods
sides to work
inside.
for it.
So we're gonna have ourselves an agreement here, see? I supply the people power. You supply the location. We all get inside, we nab the goods, you get a nice fair little cut, and we all make out like bandits, you dig?
Yeah, because you're bandits. It's funny. What kind of cut we talking about? Suppose we can trust each other. Not to screw each other over.
I don't know, 50% of whatever we take in? Now remember who's gonna do all the heavy lifting in there. If the treasure's half as good as you say, it should be more than enough to set you up for life. And if you impress me enough,
Fuck me.
maybe you get to roll with us. That is, long as you're cool with people calling you a raider. Yeah? Well, I'd like my mama back from the dead in a world that ain't burned up like a post-nuclear turkey dinner. We don't always get what we want. Look, I know it ain't what you want to hear, but maybe you get a little bonus if you prove you're worth it, alright? So, first things first. We gotta have a plan to crack that big-ass vault door wide open, right? Easy peasy, light and breezy. That's a job for Lucky Lou,
Easy,
our
beautiful
demo expert.
cover
If he
girl.
can't explode it, then it ain't from this earth. Now, Lou can be a real shut-in, on account of his, skin condition. But I trust him more than just about anybody. Why don't you go see him in his room down below? Introduce yourself. Fill him in on the plan, and do whatever prep work he needs you to do, you dig?
Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. I like hanging out with ghouls, especially shut-ins. Hey Katana, how you doing? Have no fear, the one and only Katana's here. Hey, good morning, buddy. It is really weird playing this early, but I'm down with it for today. What was I doing? God, I'll talk to Lou. Lou's condition. Why is he called Lucky
At least
Lou?
when it comes to dying. Lou's got a knack for cheating death. He was up in Pittsburgh, 70 years old when shit went down. They say a
So yeah,
real
he's a ghoul.
honest-to-goodness A-bomb fell straight in his living room. Thing didn't go off. A dud. When the radiation came flowing down the rivers into the city, most died or went feral. But Lou, he survived. Changed, but with his mind intact. You get the picture.
So Lou's goals. Like, I'm pretty lucky. Like, when I was in the military, there's a lot of dumb stuff that should have killed me, and it didn't. So Lou's, like, probably, like, my great-great-great-grandson. Got it.
Right on, 7-6. Do your thing. Just try
really
to keep
weird that
this
you're
on
not
the
looking
down
at
low,
me.
alright? Not with the entire camp knowing what's going on yet. Only tell who I say to tell, you dig?
Sure. Alright, where are we going?
Need supplies? See Raph. Just don't touch anything unless you plan on buying it. Stick up his ass.
Wait, so I think that was it. I thought I was supposed to talk to both. It just went away. Ah, hello. Where's Lou? I think he's this way.
I can't believe Rose
Nope, this
is
is at least the
still
same
going
spot.
strong at top of the world.
It's right over here.
Thought it should just be rusted scrap.
Hey, Louie. Oh, you're not Lou. Lou's goodbye note. Gone forever. Don't get nebby and come looking. I ain't gonna be an eyesore around here no more. I already told Fisher he's got claim to all my stuff. The rest of you can fight over the scraps. I like him. I like him already. Yeah, so now do I still have to talk to the other guys, or did I screw up already? When did you turn into a raider? We've been here for 3 seconds, Panda. Everywhere we go, it's like you have an outfit for whatever group we're hanging out with just so you can blend in. Where I'm sitting here and I'm like, I got power armor. Like, really messed up looking power armor, but it's...
Listen,
let me see.
you see anything weird? You gotta dial it into the network.
There we
Let
go.
us know.
Really jacked up looking power armor. I want to let me first person again. There we go.
I told those scavengers to hand it over. My fault they didn't.
I think these current missions just give you relations to whichever side. Oh, okay. Just know no turning point. They give a prompt telling you to be sure. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense than what's kind of feeding me. I'm thinking this isn't a main quest then. So let me check. Miscellaneous. Oh yeah, talk to Paige. No, I'm good. I'll do that later.
This place is.
Oh yeah, with Fisher was.
Sunny top.
No, Fisher's this side. So yeah, I guess I did update.
Always be upgrading. That's what Avery says. We ditched Margie for Meg, and that old.
Tell me what the old missions were either.
Yeah, good thing too. We'd either be long dead or one of those scorched things if we'd stuck with Margie.
No kidding. But they feel pretty stupid now.
Pretty dead too.
Alright, let's just do this. Find clues in Fisher's terminal. Crap, all my hacking skills aren't here right now. You got hacking on you right now? Cool. It's like having my own Lydia around that can hack and do everything else for me. Hey, I forgot how to lockpick. Can you lockpick this for me? Me with Valentine with me all the time. Did you win?
Thank you for following.
Hey, Goa Chameleon. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to Mobile Infantry Trooper. Now you're one of us. Come on, chameleon. Doo-doo. Did you figure it out? Yay! You're the best. So that's the hard thing. I want my setup so I can, you know, be good in the fight still, because my old setup from 4 years ago is still made for PvP, because, you know, people like to constantly eat my butt. So I made it for PvP, and now there's things like, oh, you need hacking. I'm like, crap, I forgot about that. So I'm all lockpicks, no hacks. I think I cleared it off yesterday, a couple days ago.
That doesn't surprise me as much as the others.
What's the box collar?
The Brotherhood
I almost wrote off Mananga. I don't even know how I'd say that township as a whole. But that one house on the outskirts of town proved fruitful in my search for old tech. A scientist named Dr. Harrison built a functioning interpreter for animal sounds. With a little bit of tinkering, I was able to improve upon his work. It should allow a human and animal, or animal, incapable of speech to produce words we can understand. For now, it is limited to the voice library that Dr. Harrison provided, but if it works, I can always add more. So I used to live in Pennsylvania, and I lived, you know, did most of my work in the Appalachians. 100% there are dudes like this that live out there. My ex-wife's dad was actually a government scientist that in his basement, apparently, or was out back, I forget which, like there was a shed, used to do his experiments with his chemicals and stuff back there. And like, the guy was ridiculous, all right? It's not Appalachia. I will fight for you. Top of the morning. Thanks, man. Good morning to you as well. All right, what was I doing? Water purifier. Found a solution for water problem. You know, toxic water is what you get for settling in a place the locals call the Toxic Valley. But Meg just had to insist on using this old space station as a base. Wait, is that what this spot is? It's a space station? Like, I thought it was like a crashed plane and some other stuff. I didn't really think about that. I guess because the underground structure, it's got to be something interesting like that. Luckily, I scrapped some of the station's water filtration systems and was able to rig it up to our purifiers to make just about anything drinkable. We still have to clean out the excess sludge, build up almost daily. But as long as we do that, we've got clean water. I mean, that's cool. Tracking beacon. Latest salvage from the station yielded some fancy radio equipment I have seen before. What's unique about it is this is how small they managed to make it. I suppose that size is a concern when bringing equipment to space. I constructed a basic tracking device and built it into the collar. It seems Weasel was able to follow Lou's trail, and by using a simple radio, I can tune in to and track down Weasel's and therefore Lou's location by following the tones from the god dang hiccups are kicking my face in tracking device. If Meg finds out I let him go, or that I know where he is, she'll have my head. Best to find an opportunity to slip away and get them back before anyone notices we're gone. Space beam. My favorite kind of beam. I'm not sure what sort of work they were doing up on the station, but I dug into some of the surviving documents. This thing they were building, it's not like anything I've ever seen before. Is it communications? A weapon? I don't know. There's a lot of missing information. I've decided to call it the space beam, for lack of better words. Munch wanted to call it the Angel Piss Project, of course, but it's funny. But I quickly put an end to that. It could be years before I figure this all out, let alone get it running. Alright. Meg told me that she and the other gangs used to tussle with these guys called the Brotherhood of Steel, who would roam around wearing power armor trying to restore order or something. I told her I wanted a suit to tinker with, and she obliged, taking me to one of their old bases. We found one, barely functioning. It's almost ready now. Just a few more tweaks, and I think it'll be better than ever was to begin with. Alright, neat. So, access denied, quick notes. Find Lev, let him in. Talk to Meg, I can't fix everything for everyone. Screws, copper wire, normal stuff. Already missed out on the name Brotherhood of Steel. Yeah, if they would have got it first, they would have won. No doubt. Alright, half of winning a war comes down to your outfit. Are you dripping or are you dying? Because if you don't have drip, you will die. The other half is a good name for your group. Let me repair this real quick. T60 bits you found were kind of weak. I'm weak. Is anything else need repair? Yeah, and I don't think I have my buff on right now. That makes me repair like over 70%, I think it was. Above the maximum amount. Yeah, all I need is more T60 and we'll be in business. They don't just need some slick paint for it. You know, a lot of red so I go faster.
You're the new guy, aren't you? I seen you talking with Meg and poking around.
You German?
That brings you to me.
Hell yeah. Always be upgrading. That's what Avery says.
Bro's German. I don't think any Germans would be left here after World War II. Like, I figured after, what, how many years was it before the Great War? After World War II? Like 70 or more? Forget when the Great War ended. But still, like, odd to hear the accent. Some questions I wanted to ask you. Yeah, I'm new around here. Just trying to get to know everyone. My legs. I just walked over from there to here. I found a note from Lou. He mentioned you in it. What do you know about his disappearance?
Lou, huh? I didn't know he was gone. Maybe he was just tired of being cooped up in that hole of his and went for some fresh air.
You're a terrible liar. the hard way then. The hard way's got a lot more punching.
Okay.
Oh, I was hoping I was going to get to punch him.
I confess, I intentionally misled you. But it's not what you think. I had to do it. I promised Lou I would try to throw people off his trail if they came looking for him. I was hoping he'd come to his senses, return by now, and this wouldn't be necessary. Truth is, I'm worried. When he left, he was more glum than usual, like something was weighing heavy on his mind.
Maybe he's turning feral. Happens. Did something bad happen to him recently?
Nothing I'm aware of. Nothing truly bad ever seems to happen to him. In fact, if I was still a religious man, I would say God watches over him and has special plans for Lou here on this earth. Lou's one of the luckiest men alive. He's over 95 years old. And still
Actually, some of the words he says.
Sharp as a tack. I've witnessed over a dozen times where something should have rightly
Like, I
killed
want to
any
say German,
normal
but he
man.
might actually be from, like, Poland or something. Neat. There's no way he's as lucky as you say. So if Lou's so lucky, why would he leave like this?
To be honest, I don't know. He came to see me before he left. I was busy working and only half listening. But I think he said something about feeling like a burden. He's never been a burden on anyone. He gives to himself and
I'm
does
glad you
more
guys
than
like
his
him.
fair share of work.
You have any idea where he might have gone?
Not exactly. But I did send out a friend of mine to go find him, just before you showed up. She's a tracker. Best I've ever known. Unfortunately, she hasn't come back
Hey, me
yet.
too.
Might be she's having trouble getting Lou to see eye to eye. My friend's
Tracking and
not the
fighting
best
Sith are my
conversationalist,
speciality.
And Lou's stubborn. Maybe you can go and mediate. Talk some sense into old Lou.
Alright, cool. One lucky man to another. I like my lucky buddies. That's great. But that still doesn't tell me where I need to go.
Oh, right. Pardon me. Since my tracker buddy went off alone, I rigged up a tracking beacon I could use to find her. Just in case she ran into trouble and, wasn't able to make it back. I don't think that's the case here. But fair warning, this might lead you to a dead end. In which case, I'm sorry. You can use your Pip-Boy to track the beacon's radio signal. The closer you are, the more it will ping. It should get you to where you need to be.
Thanks.
Good
I'll
luck.
go meet your tracker.
And, I hope Lou's okay when you find him.
Mr. Pebbles is a puss, but only in a technical sense. The truth is, he's likely the bravest astronaut we have.
Is that strong? Oh no, I got excited.
So many humans around. Makes head
There's a
hurt.
reason he's your captain, and it has little to do
You
with you.
know
It's Christmas
her,
tree.
rah-rah,
Feline
ever.
race is the most nonchalant species
Yeah.
on the planet.
Find some good stuff.
It's that
Who's
ambivalence
rah-rah?
that allows Mr. Pebbles to deal with the mental stress of living in outer space.
Is that your scientific
Free cram.
Doctor? Well, I'm a scientist.
What
Do I
else is
have
your
any
lazy
other
ass
kind?
gonna do around here anyway?
Alright, how the heck do I get out of here? I forget.
Who knows what scorched beasts or
Oh wait,
wendigos
okay.
or
So
other
if this is
bullshit
here, it's
creatures
over
you'll
there.
run along the way down there. Count me out.
V.
T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Alright, y'all. Back on the adventure. Now we gotta apparently find Lou.
Houston, you read me. Houston.
Back off.
I didn't even look at you until you said something.
We've lost contact with Houston. What do we do? Something's wrong with our comm system. Someone needs to go fix it.
The jump.
Get it? If we lose contact with Houston,
Yeah.
we're half blind out there. God damn it, you stupid cat! Say something! Say something!
That's right here. Thought that was a ghoul. Oh, that's right. Actually, I need to find a weapons bench real quick to fix capacitor. Having only 9 shots is dumb.
Greg, congratulations on the mission.
Never mind, Peter. I need to tell you something. It's about Mr. Pebbles.
He should be meeting with the president shortly. He's receiving the Medal of Freedom now.
But that's what I'm saying. He doesn't deserve any of it. Not the medals, not the cereal boxes.
I thought this was just a
For
door.
Christ's sake, he's not even a real astronaut.
What do you mean? Did he have problems piloting the shuttle?
He's a goddamn cat. Of course he had trouble. He can't even hold the throttle for crying out loud. Not with those thumbless paws.
Now, Greg, what did I tell you about envy and jealousy?
Okay, I guess not.
I'm not jealous.
Then it's out here.
This is a matter of
I remember seeing it. It's in one of like the tubes.
dead of space under the command of a mindless furball.
Mind your rank. That's your captain you're talking about.
The point is,
There's one outside. Okay, then that's the one I'm looking for. I'm like, I know I've seen it, but I've only been here twice, so throwing me
I read
off.
the report, Greg. You
Oh,
lost
there we
control
go.
of your emotions and blacked out.
There's gotta be some
Meanwhile,
better
your
loot around
captain,
here.
despite having lost contact with Houston, safely guided the shuttle back to Earth. So you tell me who's the real astronaut.
that's impossible.
Listen, Greg, you've had a tough time of it. Get some rest.
Peter,
Pins, please. There we go.
maybe you're right. To be honest, I thought you'd all lost it, putting a cat in
Hello?
space, but maybe I'm the one who's bananas. Maybe I'm the one who can't cut the mustard.
I have no idea what you're saying, Greg, but if you're hungry, there's sandwiches in the break room.
Dude, I am hungry for like a legit like sandwich.
What do you think, Colonel?
Just thinking about it.
My guess would be
Alright, a hair trigger capacitor. It's nice because you can shoot more rounds quickly, but
no idea what you're talking about.
Really going on?
I don't have an answer. And it's not like Mr. Pebbles to say something.
Does he look
He's
like I
far
care?
too dignified.
And before
Talk
you
ill
go
of
too
his
hard,
peers.
answer is no.
What is it,
So,
so which part would be bringing down the amount of rounds you can shoot?
I don't know.
Thinking
But Greg
capacitor.
seems to be in fine health. All that's left now is to send him home and hope for the best.
Greg, you're back. Is everything all right? What did the doctor say?
Everything's fine, Doris. I've been fully clear. They say the best thing for me now is a little R&R.
Oh, that's wonderful news.
Yes, it is. By the way, I saw a strange billboard downtown on the
I'm just
way
gonna
here.
change the capacitor. I think that's what it is.
Coca-Cola?
The Coke, sir? What? It's been there for ages. It really is an eyesore.
That's odd. I don't remember it being there.
I'm surprised you remember anything given what you've been through. Why don't you sit down and I'll fix you up a hot cup of Folgers coffee.
Folgers? What's that? You know
It's
I
9
prefer
rounds
Slow
too.
Joe.
You've been drinking Folgers coffee every morning for the past 10 years.
Have I? Something's not right here. First the billboard, now the coffee.
Greg, you're fine. It's probably just fatigue.
Still 9. Okay. I guess this. Maybe it's the sniper part? Oh, oops. Almost scrapped it. I'm just so used to scrapping everything.
Don't let an old billboard and a cup of coffee end the world for you.
What if it's not just that? What if it's other things that have changed? More important things. Like baseball and pinup girls and that thing you do with your tongue.
Relax. Everything's just
Do anything to them. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it was the type of barrel. Nice. Alright, we figured it out.
Bed? You know damn well I prefer to sleep on a hammock.
What you building?
Jesus, it's like I don't even know you. Which means something's definitely wrong. Very, very wrong. I don't know. But I'm turning
Oh
myself
fuck. Your backpack just like flew into my face. I thought I did something. Alright, let me do one more tweak on it real quick. Change capacitor back to... Okay, so I lose 5 rounds by doing that, but...
I don't blame them. Granted, most
Oh, wait, never mind. No, so I get to keep my rounds, but I can shoot faster. Alright, cool. I'm happy.
I gave him a Coke and he practically spit it out. Still, that kind of behavior isn't grounds for locking him up. But his fixation with the captain is another story. He's under the impression Mr. Pebbles was a cat. Can you believe that? He thinks
I can make
NASA
egg
will not
omelets.
only recruit
Oh,
cats for
sweet.
their space program,
Deathclaw
but
egg
have them lead
omelets.
humans on missions.
Beautiful.
As if cats had anywhere near the emotional intelligence of dogs.
I tried to explain it to him, Colonel. I even showed him Mr. Pebbles' spacesuit, clearly made for a canine American. But there's no reasoning with a crazy person. In fact, you should hear who he thinks is president.
It can't be any crazier than the one we elected. Speaking of which, I'll need to debrief President Domino in the morning. I'll expect a full report by then.
Of course, Colonel.
Alright, I'm ready to roll. Let's go find this person. I'm gonna eat you.
Hello?
Back up.
Hello? Is anyone home? My car broke down and I need help. Huh? The door's open. I guess it won't hurt to go inside. Hello? Is anyone home?
Good chems.
I just need to make a phone call. What on earth?
You. Who let you in here?
Oh, okay.
I let myself in. My car broke down and I damn well couldn't stay out there.
I see. Well, you shouldn't have come in.
I like how it sounds like Keanu Reeves putting on an English accent as a vampire or something.
Yes. But perhaps
Well,
it's
werewolf
best I
maybe.
show you.
Let's see how good this new one is.
I don't get it. Why is this man locked up?
I understand he may look the part, but I assure you, that is no man.
What do you mean?
Alright, miss one tap over here. Jeez, what the heck did you shoot him with?
Inspect it. Look at the name.
Is it the alien blaster or something?
Why, it says Satan.
That's right. Satan. The devil himself. El Diablo.
Gauss pistol. I didn't even know you could do that.
I get you.
That's neat.
Lucifer.
That's right, I haven't found a Gauss in a while.
Alright.
Next time I use one though, I can finally use all the ECM ammo I have, or whatever it's called, the EC2s.
So sure? Because I put him in this prison exactly 8 years to this day. Think about how society has flourished in that time.
But there's been wars, murder, crime. It's hardly a utopia.
Those are man's failings. The devil has no hand in that.
Okay, so what about pestilence? Disease?
Another god is in charge of that. I think one of the Hindu ones.
Then what does Satan do? What's changed exactly?
For many years I asked that question myself. I combed the newspapers looking for evidence that his influence was gone. Until at long last I discovered it. Satan, you see, is a harbinger of random
Recoil's pretty strong. It's not too bad.
Car trouble? But my car just broke down 10 minutes ago.
Did it? Did you check the fuel gauge?
Where are those missiles coming from?
I'll show you.
I think there's a base behind you.
Completely out of gas.
Oh, your house is here. Oh, okay.
We keep some
Wait, so you're able to set up a perfectly good base, and I fucking
Brother
can't.
Joseph, fill up your tank immediately. I suggest
Oh,
you
the
spend
game
night,
crashed.
however,
Shit.
as it looks like there's another storm coming.
I really appreciate everything you're doing.
No trouble at all.
See, I need to make a
You may
permanent
choose a
base.
bed,
I think
take
that's
whatever
gonna be the
you
next goal at some point.
I only ask that you
Maybe tonight's stream, I'm gonna set up a permanent base because this me trying to run around and make something kind of sucks.
do not let him
Since it
out.
never lets me place it.
All right, you have my word. Come on, friend. Let's get you out of here. Damn. They really did a number on you, didn't they? But don't worry. I'm here to help. I don't believe for a second that you're really safe. Now let's get you in my car. All right. Full tank of gas. Everything looks good, and... something's wrong. car won't start. Why won't it start? No, it can't be. No!
Hey there, Red. What brings you out here this morning?
That's none of your business, Velma.
Jesus, Lord Almighty, what's gotten into you? I ain't never heard you be rude to anyone, least of all me.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm just a little jumpy.
Jumpy? You're acting plumb crazy. Now, are you gonna tell me what this is all about?
There you are. I should have figured you'd turn, Yella.
The only coward here is you, Corbin. I would have killed you yesterday.
Oh yeah, this one. I remember this now.
Making that up.
Not a chance.
Picked the worst place to put it though, if you think about it. It's cold as shit out here, and you expect people to ride your water slide?
Now, hold on, you two. What's going on?
I am gonna ride it though. That thing rocks.
Score to settle. He's telling
I'm sad I
everyone
can't do it in
around
power
town
armor.
he's
Like
a
everything
fast
fun I
draw,
can't do in power
but he
armor.
knows damn well he's slower than a one-legged horse.
Not everyone can be as fast as you're
Hey,
Corbin, but that's got nothing to do
Panda,
with
what is this
gunplay.
crap?
You no good, son of a bitch.
Why you got this dirty lady down here with no clothes on?
And I'll tell you right now, she's no saint. And Red, the doctor's been out of town for about a week now. No one believes you made an appointment.
It doesn't matter. He knows my secret.
What are you, human trafficking?
And since he's the only one who knows, he
She's not
has
supposed to be
die.
naked. Uh-huh, sure.
See, you're both cowards. Corbin ain't gonna tell a soul so long as
Alright,
you
time
don't.
for me to ride.
It's what they call mutually assured destruction.
She's right. I can't tell people you're a yellow-deaded little liver without you saying the same about me.
And I can't tell people you're a thumb-sucking bushwhacker without you spilling the beans either.
See, ain't no reason to fight. Now let's see about fixing you two some breakfast.
What about her?
Hey, it worked that time. I didn't get stuck at the top.
Right. We'll have to get rid of her.
But how?
Sweet.
We're both cowards. Neither of us are gonna shoot a woman in the back.
Isn't that what cowards do? Shoot people in the back?
You are right. We should try it. On 3. 1, 2.
Stuff would look so
Hey,
fancy.
Velma. How's it going?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
See, was that Red and Corbin I saw on their way out?
Yep.
Nuka
Don't worry,
shine.
they'll be fine.
That's right, that's one
Might
of the
be
things I
limping
wanted to
around
make.
for a while, but they'll live.
What happened?
I don't know. I turned my back to use the stove, and I hear gunshots go off.
Oh, dear. I thought them two were cowards.
Maybe not. Luckily, they're still pretty bad shot. Both of them didn't even take their guns out of their holsters.
Oh, wait,
Ended
this
up
is the
shooting their
stash?
own toes off. Of course,
Cool.
if you ask them, they'll say they shot the other guy in the foot.
Well, whatever helps get them through the day. Say, do you got any pie?
Where is it going?
Coming right up.
Alright, let's get back to tracking, I guess.
Is there anything better than raw asbestos?
Sonny, remember to be home
Asbestos.
by 6 today.
6? But I thought me and the fella
Not getting
before the bar
cancer is
watched
pretty
the
good.
game.
There will be
Protect
other
Trump.
games.
You don't understand, honey. It's not just any game. It's Yanks Sox. And the winner goes on to the World Series.
Not tonight. You know damn well my
Be
sister's coming
honest.
over.
Well, why does she have to stay here? There's a perfectly good zoo down the street.
Sonny, that's enough.
Oh, okay. Maybe a zoo's a little too harsh, but what about a motel?
There's rats in that motel.
Which makes it perfect, given she's part snake. They might even give her the room for free.
Sonny, I'm not gonna stand for your insults. You either be home by 6 or you don't come home at all.
Why, I didn't know the circus was in town. You must be the bearded lady I've heard so much about.
And you must be the pig my sister married. How's life on the farm treating you?
Oh, can't complain. Maybe if you had a job like mine, you could afford an apartment of your own.
That's a laugh. Don't tell me you're actually proud of this shoddy excuse for a home.
It's got character, Jill. And bathroom mirrors. Something your place clearly doesn't have, seeing as you forgot to shave.
At least I have an excuse. You, on the other hand, have a bathroom and a sink, and you still
That weapon
haven't figured out
rocks.
how to brush your teeth.
Jeez.
And for
Holy
your
shit.
information, I live in a high-rise high-rise condo.
Dude, it's fucking
I
scary
invited
watching
over
you use that thing.
elevators aren't built to support planetary
I feel like even though I'm in power armor, you're gonna blow my leg off, but I know that there's no friendly fire.
I was gonna ask you the same.
Alright,
I wanted to go watch the ballet, but she insisted I babysit you instead.
You don't want to be here either?
Of course not.
Then where the hell is Margaret?
Where's Sonny?
Couldn't miss it. What's the score?
Oh wow,
The Yanks are
bloody
down
mess
2
works.
runs. I didn't know you liked baseball, Margaret.
Baseball I like. Pinstripe, not so much.
Alright, if I had to be anywhere and I was a ghoulie,
Is that him, Boris?
I feel like I'd be over this way. Oh wait,
You
no.
want I shoot him
Search
in head?
areas over here.
From this distance, it's no problem.
Нет. You do that, and his brains will splatter the roof like chunks of meat.
What's wrong with that? You don't like meat?
I am not a butcher like you. I am an artist, and artistry is my weapon, just as that
Damn.
is yours. You understand?
These chunks are
You
flying.
want I crack his skull with bronze statue?
Ah, no, not quite. I will show you what I mean.
Over here.
May I come in?
Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, we both know who I animate you, and we also know what I want. Your
Ow,
head
did you just hit me?
precise.
You're the assassin that KGB sent after me. You don't look so tough.
You're right. Toughness is my least impressive attribute. As I explained to my friend outside, I plan to kill you with cunning.
I should just shoot you right now.
Oh, you could, but part of you is too intrigued to pull the trigger. You want to know how this bourgeois fool, completely unarmed, is going to invite himself into your home and kill you.
I admit, it's a bit strange. Never expected my executioner to knock. So how do you plan on killing me?
Why don't you let me inside, and I'll show you.
Haha, very clever, commissaire. But I'm not falling for that. If you want to talk, you can do it from where you're standing.
All right, if you insist, I'll stay out here. By the way, you look parched.
This is
Perhaps
Grafton's
you'd like to
mayor
have this
speaking to
drink,
anyone
which
who
is
can hear me.
clearly not
Can
poison.
anyone hear me?
Why, yes, I would.
Hello? As I was saying, the curator at Cricket's Fort has made an archaeological discovery. He needs your help. Seems he dug up another soldier. He needs a proper burial at the battlefield cemetery. The soldier, that is. Not the curator.
It's an event.
Would like to have. Oh, wait a minute. You're trying to trick me. There is poison in that bottle.
Nothing gets past you, Major, given your keen eye. I'm guessing you're also aware that your fly is open.
These pants have no zippers.
Your shoes are untied?
We are. Well, I'd better tie them. I don't want to trip it. Oh, yeah. You're good, commissaire. Very good. But I'm not falling for that either.
Maybe behind you.
It's already dead.
Yeah, I don't think so.
God damn it, give me that guy!
Let's go!
Really, they're not this way? I thought I saw a building over here.
It's him.
How can you tell? He has no face.
It's him, okay? Trust me.
All right, but I thought you said you don't like the Bashman's face. You want to do like an artist.
And I did. This was just more Jackson Pollock than Claude Monet.
Well, I don't know art, but I know what I like. This one. It's good.
Yes, but please, let us never speak of it again.
Jesus. I don't know what you're doing with your perks and stuff mixed with that weapon, but holy crap. You're just dominating. Oh my god, there's nothing left. Legendary enemy has mutated. Which one was the legendary?
You Dr. Hall?
I am. And you must be Mr. Richards. Dr. Salinger told me you'd be coming in.
What? Did he tell you I was a loony?
He didn't tell me anything. Just your name, your age, and the
Oh,
phone number of a
the
good
tracking's actually working. It
I know
updated.
it's better.
That's
I've been
interesting.
having to use the office bathroom instead.
I see. And you promised
promise you won't put me in a
Think it,
straitjacket?
I won't put you in anything. However, my colleagues at Parsons might be inclined to, provided you're actually ill.
Suppose it doesn't matter anyway. I won't live much longer at this rate.
And why is that?
You watch baseball, Doctor?
Of course. Who in Boston doesn't watch baseball?
Well, do you ever watch the games? Feel like you have control over the outcome?
I'd say that's fairly common. Superstition and sports go hand in hand.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, you realize that whatever you do, it doesn't really matter. But I can't stop thinking,
Something.
what if I'm wrong?
Here to welcome
What
you
if I
to the
really have
Colonel
the
Kelly Monument.
Is that why you're not wearing any clothes?
Yeah, Doc.
Consider using Abraxo brand cleaning products. I would. This monument, deep in the wooded heart of... Wait, where? Of the heart of the Appalachian countryside, overlooking majestic Grafton Lake. Grafttown Lake? I can't read my own writing. I hate these last-minute changes. Kelly raised the 1st West Virginia and became its colonel in May of 1861. Later, in June, at the Battle of Philippi, he was severely wounded. I like to think that the colonel would have used Abraxo cleaning products. You can learn more about the battle at Philippi at the Philippi Battlefield Cemetery. I can't wait to see you there. Okay. I think that went pretty well. Oh, long day. Lunch here yet?
It's funny. Raid Shadow Legends, yeah, exactly. A pack of cigarettes. Alright, so maybe I should listen to the radio and actually track him down instead of guesstimating where they would be. It is Fisher's tracking beacon. Signal strength 48%. Oh, 42. So I was in the right direction. Shit. We're going the wrong way. %. Dang it. They made these mountains too realistic. When you climb down, it's easier. Then when you need to climb up, you gotta go all the way around. It sucks. Oh man, we must have walked right past them then. $66. 70. Oh, it must be your gun I was hearing. Thought I was hearing a bug. Only good bug's dead bug. 69. We hit the sex number. I did it on purpose, I swear. 67. Wait, what? Crap. 2. I like watching you following me. Also, stop breaking your legs. Shutdown imminent. Oh, that's gonna do that 30-minute annoying timer again. Haha. 80. 76. Shit. $71. $69. Come on. I need some more up. Oh wait, there's a cave over here. I didn't even see that. Up a layer. Up a layer and inside that cave. Easy peasy. Oh, it's some old Willy Jeeps. Bag O fertilizer.
Clothes I wear, the harder it is for us to score. I put on a sock, and the bombers hit a double. I take it off, and we strike out the side.
But it's got to be less than 30 degrees outside. You'll die of hypothermia.
I know, but if I cost us the first championship since 1918, then the entire city will have me in the electric chair. There's no way out, Doc.
Sup, bomb collar?
Heads you win, tails I lose.
Mr. Richards, no team has come back from a 3-0 deficit in the history of sport.
Hello? I was not expecting anyone.
I knew it was gonna be something like this when I read the collar stuff. Wait, alien outside, what? I'm coming. Where? Where at? Let me, I'm gonna beat their little green heads in for what they do to me in the future. Oh, there really is. Oh, they look different. Sweet gun from you? Stupid alien. Getting back to what I was trying to do. How the heck did you find that? What, are they just attracted to you? Because you're dressed up like a space person? You're dressed up as the Nuka Cola girls. Alright, yeah, I'm sorry. There you go. Yeah, like, why did it pop up now? Like, what did you do? We were running up and down that mountain and there wasn't no alien there. Or I could be in them randomly ambushed. Oh, jeez.
Hello? I was not expecting anyone.
Like your friend.
Yes, I am Weasel. speak. The man, Fisher, made this collar to let me speak words. It is not perfect, but it works. He found the machines. No. The science. No. That is also not right. Technology. Yes, it has trouble interpreting some words.
That's cool. Guy name's Weasel.
My real name. I was with a different gang until I snatched. No, ratted on someone. They used a red-hot poker to burn
No, she
my
was saying
voice.
snitched.
Now I am with Meg and her gang. They like me, but when they found out why I could not talk, they programmed this thing so I could only say my name is Weasel. That way,
Weasel.
I was a rat.
Makes sense. How does it let you speak?
Fisher knows how it works better than I do. He found a science person. No, a scientist's house in Mananga. The scientists was working on a device
So I was right
to
about how to say that.
animals talk. Fisher made it work for me and improvised. Made it work better, mostly.
You know, I've been up and down West Virginia, you know, all that fun stuff. I've never heard of Monog. It's probably a real place, too. Just one of those weird names. Hell, it's probably one of my ancestors' favorite places to visit, because my family's from up that direction. We aren't kicking Viking ass. We were down in Monog. What kind of words does it have trouble with?
Vocals, box cable. Word list was not complete. For example, there are no bad words. I have been trying to say bad words this whole time, but they do not come out. If I try, I can say them in other ways. Poop. Fornicate. Hot underground place.
That's amazing. Alright, I'm gonna go find Lou. Have fun.
The mind, but he does not want to be found, and it is dangerous to go alone. We can find him together. You lead. I will follow.
Alright, cool. It really has become a solo game for the most part. Where'd you find that? And you gotta... Yeah, I mean, yeah, safety first. Personally, I say safety third, maybe fifth. Oh, now it lets me ADS, but now I'm stuck in it. There we go.
Serious, I'm warning you. Get out, or you can die here. Got a large explosive set up.
Why are you Australian?
This better be good.
Lou, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. What's up with you? Yins don't sound familiar.
Actually, he doesn't sound Australian anymore. But he did say yin, so he's definitely local. Oh, friends. That's what I mean. Like, they really... Adding NPCs really does help you enjoy the game, even if you're playing by yourself. Like, I kind of like that. You don't know me. I'm coming here on behalf of Fisher.
What you need me for? I ain't going back to Crater.
I have to drag you out of here, I will. Let's talk face to face.
Now listen up. I don't want to talk, because I don't want you hurt. I rigged this place to blow, and you being here has put a real wrench in my plans. Now, you can try to get here to me before I get this son of a bitch detonator working, or you can kind of screw off.
This accent is all over the place,
I
bro.
don't recommend anything in between. Now, if you excuse me, I'm busy.
Alright, like some of my Joes were from this area. But yeah, so some of my Joes were from out this direction, and some of them were harder to understand because they were like hick, like they were, I definitely am my uncle's brother type shit. But like even them I can understand. This guy's accent is all over the place. Like it sounds almost Australian mixed with like I want to be from West Virginia, but also not really. Let me hurry up and get to this. Uh-huh.
It looks like there is a way through. We could exclaim, expose,
Explode. Yeah, I gotcha.
boom, and go to the other side.
Knew what you meant. Let's try it.
I have done this kind of work with Lou before. Stand back. I will set up the big boom.
Put your helmet on. Come on, lady, we only got 18 minutes. Which that ticking is really annoying. Die. Breaching! FBI, open up! Oh, hi, what the hell are you? Oh, it's a cricket. Oh, that makes me hungry. Great, no more hungry. This makes no damn sense. It was just such a simple idea. Just sit in the chair. Since the other day, I've gone through 3 chairs and 4 shotguns. I've had jams, misfires, broken chair legs, bad aim. Aw, he really is that depressed. That's what I thought. Every other thing. I should have known everything in this mine was rusted to hell. No way I'm trying this on myself. Unless I'm sure it will work. I'm here to die, not to get maimed. Time for a new plan. Aw, my buddy. Buddy. I found another one of them ghouls in this mine tonight. He looked just like me, but his mind was fried. Tried talking to him, stupid. He just ran at me. If Lev's right, I could turn into one of those things at any time. Yeah, there's no one way out of this. I'm not sure I can pull a trigger on myself. I keep losing my nerve. I'm an engineer, damn it. I'll think of something. Maybe I should take the human element out of it. I'll need a workshop. This engine room will work fine. If I stash all the corpses somewhere. Ah, boo, buddy. I bet you if I sit in it, it'll work just fine. $10. Okay, so when you put pressure on the chair, it's supposed to shoot. So I see what he rigged here. Let's do it. Let's do it! Don't worry, my helmet can stop it. Oh, okay. Damn. Pretty sprint. Where are you at, Panda? Or did you already log out? It's so hard to see. Having issues, power armor bug. Oh, okay. Like you're stuck in it or stuck outside of it? Or... Stim pack. Screwdriver. Lose log. I finally stopped the turrets in the next room from firing on every random critter that runs by. Now they'll only activate when I press the red button. I'll leave the room on my own terms, not damn rats. The fuck's a fog crawler? That's goddamn new. Okay. Cover me. Bye. Oh god. Gotta nuke this bug hole. It's very angry. Alright, I'm gonna bring it back by the turrets. Wait, is it dead? Oh, okay. Reload. Ow! Shoot the fucking big bug, you assholes! Bring it back this way? Oh, never mind, you got it. Okay. Those turrets suck. They're not good for anything. Wow, look at all these dead turrets. Oh, Tommy gun. Ah, boo. There we go. Bobbly head. At some point I need all the cool collectibles you got. Turrets. I found only military style turrets. Okay. Turret set up. Giant hideous rats. Keep running in. Failure. Okay, I'm done here. This first line. Oh, no. Not that way. There you go. I am a hacking genius. Oh, those things were like invisible to me. I didn't even see them. Ain't that fun. All that computer crap was too finicky. New plan. Death by heavy machinery. I'll need more supplies to finish building the chamber. It needs more supports. Each time I test it, the tremors in the mine get worse. Now they happen almost every time I turn it on. Am I causing it somehow? That's funny. I like that he's writing all these things down as if that's gonna help anyone. Fuck. Fuck. Shit, I got it though. I broke the board. We were good. I guess that's my high luck where it just chases you and completely ignored me. See, me and Lou, best friends. It did more damage than help. Yeah, like they hurt me more than they actually shot the big bug. I was kind of upset about because I'm like, you know, what's the point of these things? Lou was right. These turrets suck. 9 minutes. I like how I keep looking over at my ammo. That's when I start missing like every shot. Killed 10 insects, even unlocked. Or not achievement, the other thing. Now, you little bastard. I don't have grenades anymore. Okay. Apparently my bloody mess kicked in. Alright. This was the wrong turn. Now where do we go? Maybe it was way on the right. Unless we are supposed to go your way. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to explain all that, just do. Do it. Do it, Weasel. Man. Oh wait, she went even farther. Okay. I'll back up a little more. Right here feels safe. There. Oh. Little baby booms. Wow, he is beefed. Look at them broad ass shoulders.
So, you think you're all sneaking at? Well, you're not, Jagoff. I see you, and you better be ready to explain what you're thinking. Okay, I'm listening. You gone through all the trouble not to get here. Lord, after stop an old man from off himself.
Yeah, he's like Australian, fucking Virginian, Aussie or something. Virginia. Brave your death trap if I didn't need your help. Oh, yourself, are you trying to commit suicide? What's going on here?
That's what I said. Did I stutter? In case it ain't obvious, I'm one of them rad-soaked ghouls. Been that way going on 25 years. Ain't no way to live. Killing myself's the only way to keep people safe. Of course, that's harder than you think.
What's a ghoul? No, I don't have time for that. Imagine deciding to kill yourself is a very hard decision. Suicide's not the answer. There's a lot to live for. How about keep people safe?
Right? Only a matter of time before I'm one of them. I don't want to kill nobody who ain't got a good reason to be killed. It's bad enough I look like a monster. It's a whole nother thing to kill just 'cause something moved.
I hate you working with the Raiders, though.
That's different. We don't kill nobody for no reason. We offer mercy.
Uh-huh.
We let people join up. We ain't as bad as you think. We give them a choice. And we only kill if we need to. It's about survival. Not killing because we feel like it.
Huh. Sure.
It ain't the kind of life I'd wish on nobody.
Yeah, I'd rather be a ghoul than dead, though. That's just me personally. There's a lot to live for.
Says you. Yins ain't chock full of radiation. Still got skin in the right places. No worries about losing what makes you human. Not being able to stop yourself from killing those that matter to you. That's why this is the only way. Besides, I'm old. I was old when I came down with this. I ain't showing any signs of slowing down now. I'm real tired of this. It's too
Praise Adam. I didn't know you were one of those Adam fiends. What are they called? The children of Adam?
Not yet. How do you think those ferals get that way? Alls I know is I can't be around people when that happens. Best to seal myself away.
What if you don't change?
I only run across a few others like me. They were all worried about the same. What if? No one's got any idea. Ain't exactly a doctor around who knows how this all works. So yeah, maybe I'm fine. Maybe I live another 100 years and not nothing goes sideways. But you seen all them fears out there. Way more of them than there is like us. I don't want to take no chance.
Just means you're lucky.
This unnatural walking corpse of a body. It ain't no way to live. Say I go back with Ian's to hell. What happens if I change for the worse and end up killing others? Then what happens if people have trouble putting me down? So I end up killing them all. What then?
I think that's very likely.
Yeah, well, I don't like taking chances. That's why I work with explosives. So, here's the deal. If I do this job for you gotta help me off myself after it's done. It's gotta be you.
Did I just say no like 3 times? Like, cut it out. You got it! First option. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'd rather convince you to live.
I don't think it's gonna happen. But likewise, so long as Ian's let me try to convince you I need to die, it's a deal.
Oh, cool.
Remember, not a word to the others about what I was out here doing or why. Not even Fisher don't want to think less of me. And I don't want to cause any fright. Nah.
Aw.
Let's hear about this job.
God, I only got a minute, so we need demolition skills to break into Vault 79.
Ian's want to blast our way into a vault? Sounds crazy, but I can do it. I'm in. You go on ahead back to Crater. I gotta get things in order around here, so nothing happens to it while I'm gone. Meet you there.
Looks like you're trying to, like, eat him with your vag. Alright, so I'm guessing there's a quick way out this way. There's probably stuff to loot too, but fuck it. Got about 30 seconds. Do I need this? No. Just want to hit the outside, then I can exit out. I think this is the way out. Oh wait, I think it's this button. Go ahead and try it now. Fuck. What? I still had 30 seconds, you piece of shit. Oh, come on. I was literally at the last, like, 10 seconds I needed. Boo. Alright, I was gonna jump off in a second anyways. Just grab this free stuff from the shop. That makes me so mad, because it's like, I had it. I literally had it. Oh, I don't know what that does, but, you know, yay. Alright, yeah, I think that's everything I need. Alright. That's gonna be it for me. Hope you all had fun. Thank you again to Comma Chameleon for that lovely follow. You're a champion. Yeah, so kind of mad about that last bit. You know, should have let me log out on my own because I was getting there. Literally would have been like 3 more seconds, would have been done. Within 5 seconds would have been out. Probably 10 seconds remaining before the maintenance. Would have been sweet. But instead, nah. They went, fuck you. 30 seconds hit. Bam! Get out of here. Bastards. Anyways, so that was fun. Yeah, other than that, it was good seeing everyone. Don't expect this time very often unless I'm really like feeling like streaming, which I was. Yeah, have a wonderful evening. Dad advice for today? Let's see. I had one set up earlier, but I completely forgot it. I don't know. We'll just make it a simple one. Very simple one. Give me 2 seconds because I remember I wrote this one down. Just remember things like it's okay to know to not know what to do. Most people don't, and the ones that say they do are lying. Everyone gets through life at their own pace. Everyone, you know, figures their own way out. Like for me, this last year was pretty horrible financially. But now I'm decently comfortable. Like things are okay now. Like I haven't had my car repoed, you know, shit like that. But yeah, so keep on your stuff. Do what you need to do. Do it your way. Make it through. Don't just listen to someone like me be like, hey, this is how I made success, you know, or whatever it might be. It's not the same for everyone. We all know that. Yeah, have a wonderful evening. It's been Beard. Later.